to all of you. I, Amita Dokle, welcome you all to Nasscom Tech Innovation Conclave 2022. We have an amazing day ahead, and I'm so glad to have you all here in person. And I can see the Josh is very high. We have people flowing in for the session. Without further ado, I would like to start the day. So for this first session of the day, decoding the Metaverse ecosystem. Metaverse is a virtual simulated space and a buzzword today. Where users are connecting with people worldwide. The unique interactive social platform is gaining popularity and has use cases across the industry. How can Metaverse help in your business? Find out more from Mr. Arpit Sharma, Vice President, Global Enterprise Polygon Technology. He's set to decode all the concepts of Metaverse for all of us and share his key insights. Welcome, Arpit. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. I thank Nasscom for this opportunity. So everyone, I will start by saying this. Do you know enough about this world? From booking a flight ticket, getting an Uber on your phone, checking the status where your cab is, posting about this event on LinkedIn. Don't you think that you are in a way already interacting with a primitive metaverse? So what I propose here is that all of us today are already part of Metaverse, just that we don't know it yet. And it is becoming much, much better very soon. So hi everyone, my name is Arpit. I am VP Global Enterprises at Polygon. I take care of APAC enterprise business. I have seen a lot of interesting Metaverse use cases in past few months. I have been working on a lot of Metaverse use cases currently as we speak. So I'll be sharing my views around Metaverse and the ecosystem. So without further discussions, I'll just delve deep into this topic. So we have 4 sections to this presentation. I promise that I'll try to make it as less boring as possible, but we will start with the basics. We will get the definitions right. We will understand what does Metaverse actually mean. Then we will move to a very high level functional overview of technology, what kind of tech stack is needed, what is Web 2, what is Web 3 and stuff. Then we will move on to dissect business opportunities. Everybody has been talking about Metaverse, but why does it matter? Why does that matter? Where is the money in Metaverse right now? What are the opportunities? And then we will look at some trends around that. So I will read this definition here. Metaverse is a seamless convergence of our physical and digital lives, creating a unified virtual community where people can work, play, transact, relax, and socialize. I know this is a mouthful and nobody understood anything from this. So basically, what does it mean to exist? So what are some finer points of existence? So basically, there are certain functions that we perform. We have an identity in life. We create things. We own things. We transact and we communicate. So these are few fundamental functions that we perform as we exist in this physical world. Now, Metaverse. In Metaverse, what happens is all of these threads and all of these functions merge into a physical and a virtual world. So that simply put, when your transactions go from physical world to digital world and vice versa, when your social interactions go from physical to digital world, that's basically you are interacting with Metaverse in some way. So that's the long and short of it. Now, Metaverse, the term Metaverse came from a novel everybody knows about it, Snow Crash. It was sometimes in 1992 that this novel came. And after that, there have been a lot of creative takes around Metaverse. People have imagined it in a lot of different ways. But actually, technically, the current shape that we look at, which is an immersive virtual experience, it started when Second Life released in 2003. It is a social network where you have an avatar, where you interact with people in that in that world, right? So it started there. Then we saw a lot of activity happen in gaming space. There are two reasons for it. First of all, like the gaming has always like traditionally been early adopters of technology, and gaming started leveraging these really immersive tech, much before it came to social things. Then some tech companies like the big ones like Microsoft and Amazon started taking interest in that. Microsoft acquired Minecraft, Amazon acquired Twitch, which is a gaming focused platform. Then the real breakthrough happened when Web3 came into picture and Decentraland was launched in 2020. There is a stark difference between, let's say, a metaverse such as Second Life and something Decentraland. I will come to that, what that difference is. But a sudden fillip to this term metaverse came after Decentraland and these Web3 applications. Then, Sandbox, Somnium, and a lot of these metaverses were launched. 2021, another moment, Facebook rebranded itself to Meta, which in itself says a lot. If a social networking site such as Facebook rebrands and brings into focus metaverse, then we can be sure that mass adoption is like right around the corner. So with that very brief history of what metaverse has been, starting from that snow crash creative idea to Decentraland and all of these metaverses that we see today, these are certain arenas in metaverse. When I say arena, these are the areas where a lot of action is happening. So these are some functional, some features of metaverse where a lot of activity is happening. For example, digital currencies are finding a place in this. And again, why these are important, I will cover in next slides, but these are areas which are seeing a lot of action. Digital currencies, NFTs, then entertainment, social media, digital assets, AI assistants, and digital commerce or e-commerce. So these are the areas which are seeing a lot of action. We have seen metaverse experiences focused on gaming. I have seen metaverse experiences focused on social network, on e-commerce, and pretty recently on education also. So if you look at it, metaverse, and I think that's the first thing that we should debunk. It is not going to be one single entity. It is a compound of a lot of different virtual and immersive experiences. These can be focused on a lot of different aspects, gaming, social, and all of that. And when we put together all of those virtual experiences, then we can, give it this term like metaverse, which captures pretty much a lot of different and varied experiences. So with that out of the way, so I think I will start looking at some key enablers of the present generation of metaverses that we are seeing. So first thing is blockchain backbone. Why is blockchain backbone important? So basically in this universe, there are laws of nature, right? So there are causal laws, there is cause and effect, and everything works according to certain laws. Similarly, in blockchain, we can have code as the law. So we can have some smart contracts that are set in stone, which will execute given certain conditions. So it acts as a trustless system. Secondly, before blockchain, there was no way in the world that you can credibly own any digital assets without having an intermediary in picture. That point is really important when we look at why blockchains are important for these metaverse experiences. And then third, just taking a cue from the physical world, it's in, for example, in governance systems here, it matters what the participants or the stakeholders of that ecosystem think about how that is going to evolve. So similarly, blockchain in metaverse brings that governance in play in actual effect, where all the stakeholders can talk about how this will evolve eventually. Then second piece, which is very important, is virtual reality and augmented reality, or extended reality, as it is called. So why is that important? Now, from your phone, you are talking to a lot of digital systems, a lot of digital platforms, including social networks and whatnot, right? But there is a missing element. You are not actually into the system. It is still something which is outside you, right? Now, extended reality takes that to next level where you can actually be part of that system. You can be totally immersed in that environment, right? So it can be augmented reality. I can wear that, for example, Microsoft HoloLens here, and I can project a lot of things here and manipulate that. I can have Oculus kind of a setup where I can get into a virtual environment and talk to people, right? So essentially, this brings a lot of immersive experience, and this is going to be a key defining parameter of these metaverses. Now, if you just think back some 10 years or 12 years or 14 years back, when Android was not still mainstream, and when Android became mainstream, it became the catalyst for making these social networking sites this big that we see today. Similarly, I'm not saying VR headsets are going to be as ubiquitous as headphones. They are definitely going to be, let's say, something which is owned by a family or maybe friends or within a group, but they are going to make this metaverse a really, really mass adopted concept. Then third would be artificial intelligence, this is a slightly less talked about concept in context of metaverse, but this is pretty important. And I have been reading this interesting book by Wiley, which is a handbook of metaverse, and there is a very powerful idea there. We have always imagined robots to be, helping us in some physical form and all of that, right? So we have a lot of AI-driven robotics today on our, let's say Grammarly or all of these softwares. They are basically, AI-driven, machine learning-driven softwares, right? So all of these AI assistants may get a digital physical form in that metaverse. There can be your office assistant, which will be a AI-based code inside metaverse, and it can, expand what you can actually do in that metaverse. At the same time, AI will play a pivotal role in actually making, for example, creating those 3D models, creating these new worlds, creating these new experiences. Like it's not human to create so many avatars and all of that. AI is going to create all of that. So, and it's going to learn from your behavior digitally and create those curated and personal experiences. So that's the third pillar to watch out for. Now, a fundamental question, and I am sure that 70% of people here would have this question: that is blockchain the absolute necessity for these metaverses, right? So there are two views around it. So there have been virtual experiences based on Web 2, and there have been these metaverses based on Web 3. So here I'm trying to just capture some high-level differences in them. So Web 2 systems, by their very nature, they are centrally owned. For example, Facebook is controlled by one entity, and similarly for all the other, let's say Twitter and all of that, right? While Web 3, they are community-owned systems, they are peer-to-peer systems, there are decentralized autonomous organizations which take decision. So essentially, that puts these two at two different ends of that spectrum. Secondly, decisions, as anybody, for like anybody's guess, would be taken by these centralized agencies in Web 2, while here DAOs and this community takes the decisions. Now, second, and the most important difference comes in digital assets. So Web 3 gives you that power of creating your digital asset, selling your digital asset, and owning your digital asset without having any intermediary in between. On the other hand, all the digital assets that you get in Web 2-based metaverse experiences, they are platform, they're logged in that platform. They are just leased to you. You can have those avatars till you are part of that experience. You cannot transfer those avatars to one game to other game, while it is totally different in Web 3 based. You can take one asset in one experience, take it to other. You can have an NFT which will allow you to access 10 different experiences in 3 different metaverses. So that again is a really, really powerful idea. Thirdly, in terms of revenue, so these numbers, 30% and 70% that you see, these are indicative numbers. But the idea of putting these numbers here is that a chunk of the revenue that is generated by the creation of these digital assets goes to these platforms, which are at the end of the day centralized entities. On the contrary, in Web 3, there is a direct revenue channel that the creator gets for whatever creation they do. So and then they get paid for the governance. So essentially, there is a fundamental or a philosophical difference from Web 2 to Web 3. In addition to this, blockchain allows for unique identities. Blockchain allows for trustless smart contracts to run, and blockchain allows for all of these transactions to happen without an intermediary. So from a building blocks perspective, at a very high functional level, there are these 4 layers. There is a back-end There is a decentralized application backend. There will be hardware infrastructure. For example, there can be very high-end GPUs which are running that VR experience. Then there will be world primitives and rules. So these are like the fundamental rules of that universe. There will be identity, there will be mechanics. What kind of programmability is there? For example, Decentraland will have some specific type of mechanics to it. Sandbox will have different type of mechanics. There can be differences in type of avatars that you can create. Then secondly, second layer would be a layer with which the users interact the most. So this will have physical and digital assets. You can have spaces that you can own in these metaverses. You can create features. You can create buildings in those. Then you can create certain objects you can own. You can transact those. You can have your unique avatars there. So this is the layer with which I as a user would interact most. Secondly, there is a layer of economics. For example, all the metaverses, they may have their native tokens to enable functions to happen in that metaverse. So there can be currencies, there can be financial institutions. Going forward, we are going to see a lot of coming together of DeFi concepts and metaverse and normal central finance. For example, retail banking coming into metaverse, e-commerce coming into metaverse. And then so it's wrongly written as avatar. So basically, third point is creation of marketplaces where you can have your NFTs displayed. People can buy it. You can earn some money. And then there will be marketplaces of the experiences as well. In terms of content, content is another area which is going to boom because at the end of the day, to create a sticky experience, content will play a pivotal role. And again, content here is something which comes from the community that makes it even more powerful. Then we have end user software and hardware. This layer is again going to be very important. As I earlier talked about the experience from Android phones, those are the things which actually catalyze mass adoption. Here as well, the moment you have VR headsets which are much more economical than what is available today, which give that experience, then it is going to go to that mass adoption level. And then on top of this, there will be like all of this will be packaged in a metaverse platform. Let's say it can be an e-commerce, social network, education, and all of that. So in general, this is going to be the construct of, or this even today is the construct that you will see in a lot of metaverses. Now, I think coming to the business opportunity and why is everybody today talking about metaverse, what kind of promise do they hold? So I have captured 6 things to give you a sense of what kind of activity is happening. So, $54 billion worth of virtual goods. People spend $54 billion on digital goods, which is like twice that people spend on music. So, contrary to what the general opinion may be, who is going to buy a digital sneaker, who is going to buy this digital avatar, there is a strong market for that, those digital goods already. Roblox, 60 billion messages are transacted or are sent daily on Roblox. So there is a very strong community angle to these metaverses. And when that community grows, these things can, these platforms can snowball into a lot of different arenas, enabling, community can enable a lot of different threads to come from it. Then I will, from Second Life, 650 million was the GDP in Second Life. This was the worth of goods that were created in Second Life, and 80 million was paid to users. So essentially, and mind you, Second Life is a Web 2 virtual experience. It is not even Web 3, right? So when it comes to Web 3, the value created for users and content creators is going to be huge. It is going to be the substantial chunk of the overall GDP there. And then an interesting research that 25% of people will be spending over an hour on these metaverse experiences. And in my personal opinion, this is going to be much more than this by 2026, because we will have devices which will enable that to happen very, very easily compared to what we have today. Now, with those six indicators or leading indicators that give us a hint of where this market is going, there are certain numbers. Bloomberg has estimated $800 billion with 13% CAGR. Goldman has estimated through 2.3 trillion. Then there are estimates of $1 trillion opportunity in metaverses. So, and honestly, at this point, market is still evolving. These estimates can be, they will be revised. You will get bigger numbers, smaller numbers, a lot of things. But the fact of the matter is that there is a substantial economic opportunity at this point. Now, for any business, why should you be engaging in Metaverse? So there are, again, these 6 aspects. You will have a much better user engagement because it will be an immersive experience. People will be able to interact and engage with your brands in a much better way. For example, a Heineken brand pub in Decentraland, which is gated by NFT. So people will have that brand engagement much more than they have today. Then you can create a lot of different user experiences which are not available today. For example, a car manufacturer, let's say a car manufacturer which has multiple brands, they can have a comprehensive virtual experience center where people can just interact with all of those brands. Similarly, you can create these virtual products. You can enhance a lot of activities by adding metaverse angle to it. You will get a lot of data and insights from the user engagement with your metaverse products, which will help you evolve better. And then, this is a world without barriers, essentially. In terms of opportunities, there are 3 pillars around which these opportunities are, like I'm seeing. First of all, entertainment and e-commerce. A lot of action is going to happen in content creation, in having events in metaverse. Revenue is expected to be around 200 billion by 2024. And AR, VR compatible retailing experiences, social network experiences. This is going to be an interesting area to look for. Hardware, which is actually not really talked about, is again a very interesting area from a research perspective also, from a trade perspective also. If you need to bridge those markets, then hardware is a place to focus on. And of course, software. So we currently are in an era where people have a lot of interesting ideas, but there are very few people who can actually deliver on those ideas. So software, especially like IT product and services, both are going to be interesting. Going forward, like we are seeing the trends to emerge in 4 different areas. The core technology is going to evolve. There are going to be much more scalable platforms. Then commercial infrastructure, for example, GPUs and all of this is going to become really affordable and mainstream. Identity is going to be a thread which is going to be really important going forward, because at the end of the day, so identity is that thread which is going to bind this metaverse together and which is going to ensure that you have a uniform experience across different virtual experiences. And then AI assistants. As I mentioned earlier, AI assistants is again an area to watch out for, because this is going to make that experience much enriched than what we have today. So so I think with that, and I don't know where is the last slide. So with that, I will thank you. With this, I would just like to say that world is changing. Are you ready for that change? Just be aware that we are there. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Arpit. And Arpit, I'll request you to wait here for a minute. So I'm sure this is an interesting insights for all of us. And I'm sure we'll have few questions from the audience. We can take 2 questions if there are any questions. Yes. Mic is on the way, can you?
3.0, do you still consider it completely fully centralized? Because a lot of VCs have already put in a lot of investment into it. So ultimately the data which is going to reside on Web 3.0 is going to be property of those VCs who put in the money. So can we say that it is 100% decentralized, or do we still see the room of elevating the experience of decentralization?
So first, I do not agree that this data is, or any data is going to be property of any VC. For instance, I'll just give you a very small example of identity, for example. Polygon recently launched a project called Polygon ID. It's a SSID solution. All the identity data lies with the user in your own wallet. Nobody owns it irrespective of what kind of investment they have made. That's one. Now coming to 100% centralized versus 100% decentralized, I don't think that there are black and whites. Like you will always have players who will have majority, who will have a lot of stakes. there will be a lot of retail players, but if you look at the DAOs, the governance models are such that, it creates that level playing field, and a lot will depend on what kind of governance model you put in. So I think that would be my response to that. I hope that's helpful.
Why people are talking about the new terminology Web 5.0, which is the combination of 2 and 3, and people are saying that, and they're claiming that Web 5 is going to give you the fully functionality from the centralization standpoint. It's a complete 100%. So why?
Can't say anything about Web 5.0 because its age is just, maybe 6 weeks or 8 weeks, right? So pretty early to talk about Web 5.0, honestly. Yeah.
Sounds good. All right.
Yeah.
Cheers. Thanks.
Any other question? We can take one more.
My question is very simple, but I'm very curious to know how will smaller organizations survive in Metaverse, because it really needs a lot of tools, hardware, software, high-end technology we are talking about, very high-end technology. But what about maybe users and organizations who cannot afford it?
So, simplest questions are the toughest ones to answer, but I think it will be very similar if you look at how e-commerce took shape, right? When e-commerce boom came, everybody thought that, how are small businesses going to survive? But the reality is that the smaller firms, they are much more agile, they are much more capable than we, give them credit for. So eventually what is going to happen is a lot of innovations. People are going to innovate to make it mainstream, and, all of this hardware and all of these things, they are going to become really, really affordable, and we are going to see a lot of applications, number one, from these smaller organizations. Secondly, these are going to leverage some of the pre-existing things. And the beauty of Metaverse is that, like, concentration of power, like, it's really not there. Like, anybody who has that stake, they can participate in the governance. So I think that smaller organizations, as agile they are going to gain from this rather than be threatened, honestly. Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Arpit. So as a token of appreciation, here's a small gift from our end for you. Thank you for this wonderful session.
We were not able to confirm with him because he just came right now.
benefits and advantage from it. Over to you, Shashikant.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for 5-10 minutes delay. We were just changing the settings for the audio. So we had a great session around the Metaverse. I hope you all have enjoyed. I'm just changing the gear now, bringing in the retail commerce flavor into discussion. You have gained a lot of knowledge about Metaverse by now. Talking about e-commerce, I'll briefly cover about the experience because commerce is basically all about the experiential commerce now. That's the future. You would have seen, right? This COVID has changed the world. We all are looking for the experience in terms of, how do we buy, how do we share our experience. So I'll talk about retail experience in brief. Then how do we enable? For example, you would have seen that these major brands, right? Adidas, Nike, these all are investing into the e-commerce. So what are those key factors that are absolutely required in terms of enabling the commerce in the Metaverse? And then we have also built the Metastore, our first Metaverse product. It's still in an alpha stage, but I want to showcase that. I don't know whether the audio would work, but at least you will get to see in terms of how we can create the experiential shopping experience in the Metaverse. And then the key use cases in terms of, where we think it's it's a real application because Metaverse, typically some people feel that it's a hype. So everybody wants to follow Metaverse, but it's not the real case, right? So you'll have to have a genuine use case if you really want to invest in Metaverse. And then the way forward, what are those key things that we should be considering? So you'd have seen this in the past in terms of how the web has evolved. For example, we started with the mass communication before internet, so it was more in-person. Mass communication used to happen for branding, marketing, any new product. And then when Web 1.0 launched, basically the real internet around 25, 30 years ago, where from a marketing point of view, it was more of a static web pages. People used to just produce the static web page where you would see the product information without real experience, without interaction, without transaction. So it was more of a static web page kind of era where people have lived with. And then eventually we went to Web 2.0, which is the current setup where we are basically largely focusing on the digital commerce experience from a commerce standpoint of view where there are online channels, there are some standard commerce platforms like Adobe, Salesforce, Shopify, commerce tools who are investing heavily in enriching their experience on the commerce platform. But the real space where we want to focus is a Web 3.0, where which is more of a natural progression of Web 2.0. And I think this COVID basically somewhere between Web 2.0 to Web 3.0, where it has accelerated the whole expectations and an experience around the digital commerce. And that's where we are at this point of time, where everybody's really expecting the experience, great experience, rich experience, intuitive experience, basically from a retailer. And that's where we are. And that's where Metaverse basically is going to set in the real context for us today in terms of how we can enrich the experience for the shoppers, how can we make it more connected experience for the shoppers, right from the physical, digital, and then the Metaverse world. For example, in a physical world, right, brick and mortar, where you go to the shop, you'll have some shop assistants, helping you describing the product, describing the discounts, different features and all that. And then you basically get to see the product, basically touch and feel. Where when you go to the digital commerce, like any online site where you really want, let's say Amazon, for example. So you go to the Amazon, you check the product, but you don't get that 3D feeling, right? So it's still a 2D product image where you're not able to really access and feel that the way you would feel in the brick and mortar, which is changing in Web3 or the Metaverse, where you can actually get an access to the the 3D version of the product, where you can bring that immersive experience, where a shopper can actually see the product, feel that they are already shopping the way they would shop in the physical world. So Metaverse, in short, basically bringing in the physical world into the digital world. I think that's only possible in the Metaverse, where you can really see the difference, bringing both the worlds together. And as I was saying, these companies, great companies, including Facebook, for example, they've changed their name. Mark Zuckerberg, he said that he wants to transform his company from social media company to a Metaverse company. Google investing into, Microsoft investing into, all those big players are investing into Metaverse to really bring in the change in the whole ecosystem. And if you see the, the ecosystem in terms of the software, hardware, the platforms, infrastructure, basically the theme around bringing all this together is to drive the, the connected experience. If you see hardware, for example, Apple have their eyeglasses where they really want to bring a change in the way you would see the product. Unity, for example, is helping you to co-create the content basically in the metaverse. Sandbox, Roblox, I think these are the platforms where you can actually buy in the land, build the connected gaming environment, for example, in these platforms. And Verizon from a connectivity point of view, because speed is an essence. So they all bring in all those factors in together just to drive the experience. And this is important because the behavior has changed, right? For example, before COVID, for example, the online was there, but I think it got accelerated because of COVID, for example. Our parents go for online shopping, our kids go for online shopping, we do online shopping all the time. And then some of these behaviors is going to be there even after COVID, right? We all are here in the physical world. But so some of this behavior is still there. When you go back, you would still like to buy online. While it's easy for you to stop by somewhere and buy something in a shopping place, but you'd still go back to the home because that convenience matter, right? So people would still go back and do the online shopping. So that those behaviors would continue to stay with us. And in terms of the expectations, for example, while we are back to the normal world, we would still expect that somebody should be there as a part of the, we call as a shopping assistant, where that person would actually help you to walk you through the different products, size, shapes, help you understand the features, you can try on basically physically when you go to the shops. So we want all those features basically when you're in the metaverse world. And it's all, you can make it possible in metaverse where you bring in that immersive experience, you can try on, you can connect with the people. The other important piece which I want to bring in is a social part of it. For example, today we are all here, right? Imagine that this conference we would have done in a remote way or the online way, probably wouldn't have connected. We making so many friends today, it would have been difficult to make those friends online. So that's the difference, right? So in the digital world, the digital commerce era where we are today, I think it's very hard to build a social connect. Whereas Metaverse bring in that change. You can actually connect with all the shoppers, connect with all those avatars where you can actually exchange and share your views. So those behaviors are important, basically, which we'll start seeing in the Metaverse world. And then there is a community, right? So for example, I think the community which is fueling in is basically the community or the generation which is always live. For example, the average user like us basically spend, let's say on an average 4 to 5 hours in a day on mobile. But this generation, basically they call it the Gen Z or Alpha now, who are always live. They always want to see everything online, digital world. I think that is the generation which is fueling this growth. Most of the brands basically targeting this kind of audience where they really want to position, they want to launch their product in a more metaverse way. So that is the audience that some brands are really targeting. Then the gaming is another industry where you'll see those millennials or Gen Z or alphas basically who are actually spending a lot of time. And then that's why most of the fashion brands or even the retail brands, they really want to bring in the gaming experience while they are in the metaverse, so that through that gaming experience, they can actually drive the commerce sales. And then the brands like Adidas, for example, they are everywhere, right? They are truly omni-channel retailer at this point of time. So the consumers like us, basically, we expect them to be everywhere, right? From digital, physical, or virtual, AR, VR, we want them to be everywhere. So the expectations from the users is also going up. And then it's competition, right? So Adidas is there, Nike is there, Amazon is there, IKEA is there. So just building that competitions across the board so that everybody wants to be at all the places. So what is important when you really want to grow in metaverse is basically the blended model of creativity plus the experience part. So creativity as in, for example, when you're in metaverse world, it's a different world. For example, you do a completely reimagine your future. So you can design your store the way you want, basically. For example, if you are in, let's say, a particular mall here, let's say Phoenix Mall. So you have a specific kind of a constraints there. You can't really design your own store because you have to stick to the layout. Whereas in metaverse, the land is yours. The way you want to design, the way you want to put your items in the, the different places, the way you want to navigate the place is completely up to you. So I think it's completely based on you, how do you want to design that experience. So as good as, you're reimagining your future in the meta world, and it's like, what are your dream for? Basically, you can design in metaverse. Of course, there are some constraints, but we'll have to start thinking about how do you reimagine that. And then the immersive experience, that is important. So how can you bring in the physical experience into digital world and really drive that connected experience? For example, if I go to Adidas shop in, let's say, Phoenix Mall, but when I go to the metaverse, when I go to their particular environment, I should feel the same way, or in fact, better way, because then the virtual world, I get more opportunities to really design my own workplace there or the shopping place there. So we'll have to see how do we blend that in terms of bringing the creativity as well as the immersive experience. And when you do that, I think, of course, this Web3 and then the metaverse is helping you. But brands need to really understand that they're really bringing this, setting up their own entity, actually positioning themselves as omni brand, right? So I think that new originality, bringing a lot of difference in positioning your brand. For example, Benetton, they are, let's say, they are investing heavily into the metaverse world. So they are really creating that kind of momentum in their marketing strategy that they are basically a new age brand. So how do you really bring that? How do you really set up your own identity, which is more authentic? I think that's important for brands to really consider. And once you say that, once you really connect with your brands, you'll have to transact or they transform those expressions into the experience, transform those expressions into the transaction, which is a commerce. So how do you convert those emotional connects to your brand to your transaction, or the e-commerce is important. And that's where e-commerce plays a critical role, right? So for example, if I just talk about the statistics, I was attending the previous session. So I think from a statistics point of view, e-commerce is somewhere around $10 trillion at this point of time. Whereas the expectations are this will actually continue to grow threefold in next 2 to 3 years, so somewhere around $30 trillion or so. Whereas metaverse is somewhere around $100 billion is what they are currently expecting. Now again, these numbers are statistical numbers, but what I want to say is that there is a growth. There is a growth in digital commerce, but if you want to take to the next level, I think that's where the metaverse is going to play an important role. Again, from a statistics point of view, I think I was reading the Gartner's report. They are saying that 41% of Gen Z or the millennials, basically, they are expecting the brands to sell the products in metaverse. There is one more important statistic that these 71% people generally abandon the cart instead of checking out. So they go to they navigate your site, they go to the add to cart, but they don't transact. So they drop out. They drop out because of maybe they're not getting the greater experience. They are probably not connected to your brand. So there could be many reasons why they are not checking out. And then the transaction is important piece for the retailer or the brand. So that's where you generate the revenue. So how do you enable that? I think there are a few things that you'll have to really consider in terms of how do you really drive this. Because that experience matters, which I have been saying nowadays, because if you go to online, or the physical world, I think the brands are really driving the experience commerce. So how do you translate our e-commerce to I-commerce, which is more of immersive commerce, is important. And that brings in this creativity, those building blocks. How do you co-create the content? How do you make it more social so that the avatars can, talk to each other and make it more interactive? The second shift is D2C to D2A, which is direct to consumer to direct to avatar. So direct to consumer, many brands have spent a lot of time in terms of translating from B2B to D2C, business to business to direct to consumers, because they want to reach out to the customers directly. But if you see, eventually, when you're doing it D2C, you're still not connected with your consumers. For example, Adidas selling the shoes online to the consumers directly, but you're still not connected, right? Adidas still not getting direct feedback from the end users who's buying the shoes. Whereas in the metaverse world, basically you can directly interact with the avatars. I think that kind of change we can bring in if you really use metaverse in the different way, which will actually bring in that kind of connect between brand and the end users. The third one is the click to buy. I mean, the online, I'm talking about the online world, where you click to buy, but now the change which metaverse will bring in is experience to buy. So you want to experience that. For example, if you want to buy, shirts or trousers or whatever, basically, or shoes, unless until you experience, like what we do in, your physical world, unless until you try on, unless until you want to see that this is really right fit, or, you're really going to enjoy it, you really don't make a decision. So that change we can bring in from just click to buy, which is more monotonous nowadays, to experience to buy, where people can actually see, try on, and then change the colors or size, and then make a decision. And this is also bringing a shift where you can start selling the complicated products. For example, online. I'm not going to buy a car online nowadays because it requires a lot of checklists that you need to qualify if you want to buy complicated products or the expensive products like car. But whereas if you bring in those experiences, people can actually try different versions, and that can actually enable you to drive those decisions. And that is what matters. How do you change that just click to buy, which is more black and white, to experience to buy, bring that experience and converge and enable that convergence. And then the checkout experience. Now, I think you would probably heard more about NFTs. NFTs are, the mechanisms or the channels where you can transact in Metaverse. We are also, interacting with the Salesforce-like platform where you can connect from a checkout point of view. The demo that I'm going to show you, where we are connected to Salesforce platform for the commerce. So you can actually connect with third parties from a payment point of view instead of just relying on NFTs, because NFTs, at least in countries like India, we still have challenges to go through that. And then the omni-reality experience. So you would have heard about omni-channel. Now, how do we convert that omni-channel to omni-reality so that you are everywhere, including AR, VR, or Metaverse? So that omni-reality is important. So you still would have your physical brick and mortar experience, and how do you connect that with the digital, with the meta experience? And that connected experience is important in the e-commerce world. Now, the meta store that we launched, I don't know, the audio won't work, but I'll show you. This is the experiential commerce platform that we have built. This is still at an alpha stage, but we are bringing in the avatars to the store. We are bringing in the social experience to the store. And you can see how shopper can basically shop in a virtual world, how shopper can get a similar experience, and how shopper can basically transact in the meta world. So this kind of store basically is being requested by the brands that we are working with, and you see basically the change that actually you can bring in through the meta store. You can change the product size, you can change the color, you can change the specifications of the product. You'll also get the bot as an assistant while you're working in the metaverse. And then, as I said, we integrated with the Salesforce, which is the first integration of Salesforce Commerce Cloud to the meta world. So the audio is not working. I think there are some technical challenges here. So basically, you can change the color, size, quantity. You can roam around. You can get a similar experience as if you are in a physical shop. You can add to cart anytime, and then you can go to the checkout counters. You go to checkout counter, the screen will show you your cart that you've selected. You click on the pay. This is the Salesforce integration that you see here. So you can actually integrate with all those payment third parties as well. So you make a payment through Salesforce Commerce Cloud because most of the clients, they are on those preferential commerce platforms. So you can actually integrate with with any of those platforms. You make a payment, you complete the transactions, and you get the message that you are done. So I think that kind of experience you can build it. Now, of course, the audio is not working, so I couldn't share the experience, but you can build in such experience here. And then there are some cases, basically because of the time, I won't be able to go through she's looking at me, so I think my time is up. So generally, we spend a full day working with the brands in terms of how can we build those experiences. So we are there. We have a booth today. So if you want to know more, feel free to connect with us. There are a few examples. We also have the just 2 minutes if you find. So we also created the Meta Child, where this is more of a virtual chatbot that we can bring it into the Meta world, where people can actually connect with them. For example, the sites that you see, the banking sites, for example, there are chatbots which are more single-dimensional, whereas this is going to be a real chatbot will work in the Metaverse to bring in the real experience, kind of helping you, guiding you, when you're doing the shopping. I'll skip this video. This is another example where we actually brought in the real experience while we were on the, when we worked with the Malaysian brand, Tiger Beer. They wanted to bring in the real experience in the Metaverse world. So they brought in the Metaverse piece, and then they build in that acceleration with the brand, and you see the outcome, right? The 41% e-commerce sales grown up after this event, virtual events. Then we worked with Benton, then Burberry, where we have brought in the the Metaverse avatar for them. And this is the last slide, basically. As I said, e-commerce is evolving. Metaverse is probably the next disruptor now in the digital commerce world, bringing all these realities together. But it's important that you need to understand what is the real use case that you really want to focus on, because that's important. We should not just do it because everybody is doing it. So just make sure that you find the right use case if you want to do it. And then the tech infrastructure. For example, if you visit our booth today, you would see those Oculus, basically, those heavy, kind of glasses that you have to wear to see the Metaverse world. Now, hopefully, this infrastructure should be changed. It should get better, so that actually people find it more accessible and more easy to experience with. And then the compliance check, we'll have to make sure that the privacy, regulation, everything has been getting better now as we continue to grow in this direction. There's a long way to go. This compliance is important part. The trust is important part, which will evolve as we go forward. But there is an opportunity. I think there is an opportunity, as we talked about, growing in this immersive, experiential world. It's just that how do we do it is what matters. So I think that's pretty much from me. Thank you.
We'll be able to take 2 questions if anyone have questions.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. First, thank you, sir, for this insightful session. So my question is a bit different, and what it is very exciting times what I can see, and it's very immersive. And you're saying that we have to reimagine the future the way we want, and especially my question is coming from a parent perspective. It's a bit different. For alphas, when you say it's going to be very immersive experience, and with games changing the whole world and alphas getting very immersive, what kind of, and we don't see any control over these metaverses, means anybody can launch anything, and what would be the legal governing authority? We don't see it over here. So
legal compliance, basically.
Yeah, means the legal compliance, when you say that we have, we comply by something, is there any government guidelines that who would be using, what would be the shared kind of things on Metaverse?
Yeah, no, so this is a good question. That's where I was mentioning about this compliance check on my last slide. I think today, honestly, we don't have a stricter, stronger compliance at this point of time. If you talk about the legality, I think if you, unless and until you use the proprietary sandboxes, for example, or the environments where they have some regulations, including Roblox or Sandbox, I think they would have some regulations. But if you want to build your own environment, I think we don't have the centralized governance as such. And that is probably the worry at this point of time, which is, for example, the NFTs or the cryptocurrencies. You can't really use it freely because you don't have trust at this point of time. If you ask me, I want to invest in today, because we don't have a regulation, we don't have a strong governance in place. But that is exactly where we are heading. I think there are committees across Europe and North America. I think there are discussions going on in terms of what framework they want to bring in to have some kind of legal compliance and the governance in place. But today, we don't have a very solid and strong compliance at this point of time.
Thank you, Shashikant. So there's a token of gratitude from us for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Customer service and satisfaction. Welcome, Tushar.
Okay. Hello. Hey. Hello, everyone. So, I'm seeing these many people almost after 3 years, so excuse my nervousness, okay? And then the second thing, I realized that this is the last session before the lunch, so I promise I'll keep this short, okay? And I hope you guys don't ask too many questions, so we can keep it even shorter, okay? Yeah, so all of us are aware of the the numbers, right? So roughly e-commerce industry in general is about $85 billion. We are talking specifically about India. But how people are driving the sales, right? So the standard process, digital marketing, SEO, text and video content, InstaFams, TikTok celebrities, in-article advertises around where to buy, what that particular celebrity is wearing, and so on, okay? But e-commerce was always a buyer's marketplace, right? People wanted to buy what they wanted to buy. And this model is essentially kind of a model in which you are trying to sell something to people. But how do you know what people want, right? So in order to understand, right, what user essentially need is a more integrated experiences, okay? So break the barriers, online versus offline. You see all the e-commerce companies starting, most recent companies starting online and now having the presence in brick and mortar stores in various malls now, right? They are trying to break the barriers. Mobile apps, voice apps, kind of integration among themselves, right? Then kind of you want to predict the shopping list, what users want, and help them prepare their shopping list, right? And overall, like, facilitate an experience instead of, just shamelessly selling products to them, right? That is the overall idea through which you can actually reach somewhere in this space going forward. So there are a few interesting solutions that we developed, and I quickly wanted to talk about those 3 solutions. Okay, so the first one is called GennyCare, okay? So ideally, whatever you are trashing, you are more or less likely to refill it again, right? So ideally, your trash should be your shopping cart also, right? That is the idea with which we help the company develop this product, right? So, you throw stuff in the trash can, but what if you want to refill it at the same time, right? So the idea is we had the company make a device that you can attach to any trash can, okay? You scan the items while you are throwing them, and then the items are sent as a lead to the hyperlocal market, or if you have already hooked up your e-commerce, e-commerce sites with it, they all kind of start going as a, your shop, they start getting added into your shopping cart. Now, if you're throwing a Coca-Cola can, it can be scanned, right? But if you are throwing banana peels, they can't be, right? So for that, you essentially need voice integration. So we did the voice integration for the stuff that do not have barcodes, right? So this solution we implemented in terms of tech, we use React Native for iOS and Android applications. Same code base. You can compile the binaries for different OS. Node.js for the backend, MongoDB, and then AngularJS for the admin interface we used here. The other one, so you cook what you buy, or you buy what you cook, right? This is another interesting company with whom we have been working for almost 5 years now. They actually have an oven, and with that oven, you can, you can have a collaborative experience of cooking, right? So let's say you want to make tandoori chicken, right? So, you can say that you want to make a tandoori chicken, and then it would say, okay, throw in 500 gram of chicken for the marination. And these are the 5 steps. So these are coming on your phone, and at the same time, oven is kind of heating and adjusting the temperature for itself. So essentially, like now as you know what people are cooking, now you start kind of nudging them about the ingredients, kind of personalize the recipes, start kind of pushing the ingredients in e-commerce stores website again. So this is something that had been like reasonably successful. And then kind of you do the studies about, in terms of kind of the personalized recipes, right? Based on what people have done, what they are expected to, cook next, what is it that they are looking for, right? So a lot of analytics go behind the scene. So Swift iOS, Java for Android, Java Spring Boot, MongoDB is the backend, and then AWS IoT thing is being used there, and then Vue.js for the front end. The third one is called Venture, okay? A company based out of Australia with whom we have been working. So essentially what you browse is what you buy, right? So that is the thing that a lot of companies like Moment Feed and all, they have been trying to solve. So essentially the whole idea is like using an app, whatever you have browsed, once you go in a physical brick and mortar shop, you actually get a notification that these things are available, but more importantly, someone knows that these were the 3 things that you have browsed last night, and this is what you are expected to buy, right? So someone who is striking the conversation, he's a lot more informed than, just a random sales guy saying, hey, how can I help you, right? Nearer the mic? Okay, thank you. So, so that was the problem, right? How do you integrate the online browsing experience with brick and mortar stores, right? But in order to achieve that, you have to ensure that the app is on, because finally you are using the beacons, connecting and doing a bunch of monkey business around it, right? Now, in order to actually, kind of encourage user to keep the app on, you can't say, hey, keep the app on, and you would get better recommendation, or the salesman who is going to attend you is going to be more informed. Now you have to kind of soft pedal it, sell it in some other way, right? So essentially the idea is, when you have gone inside, let's say, in Orbit Mall, like, so how do you navigate inside a shopping mall, right? So you are, there are maps, but you don't know how to, where to look for what, right? So in order to encourage users, so we have kind of, shopping mall map. So that is there. Then we enable visually impaired people. They would be able to navigate inside a shopping mall, okay? And then additionally, what started happening, more like a byproduct of that original problem, is like we were able to, we kind of started estimating the value of a spot in a mall, right? So ICICI credit card guys, should they be standing right next to KFC or next to, Starbucks? What is a good time to sell, right? What kind of heat map, location heat map you are seeing? So we kind of, because we knew where people are moving, we started getting this kind of information, okay? Here the technologies, We were doing the triangulation across the beacons to figure out where exactly the user is. Third-party internal mapping services, there are a couple of them that we have integrated with. Google text-to-voice and voice-to-text APIs. Then Firebase to capture the movement of people, right? Because now you are not dealing in lat long, you are dealing literally in XY coordinates, right? And in order to kind of track that movement, we tried multiple ways to do it. The best option that we could actually come up with is having the Firebase integration so that it takes care of what happens when the net connectivity goes down and so on, right? Then Java, Android, Swift, iOS, Python, MongoDB, and React for the heat maps. So quick recap. Users need a more integrated experience. I copied the same slide, nothing changes. Okay. Break the barriers, online versus offline, mobile apps, voice apps, predict their shopping list, help user prepare their shopping list, and facilitate an experience instead of just selling the products. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tushar. Interesting insights. Any questions from the audience?
Yes.
Here as well.
Hi. You mentioned about this visual impaired people browsing a shopping mall. So can you elaborate a little bit more on the solution part?
Okay, so essentially you are helping them navigate through voice, okay? So, you know, whatever solution you have, kind of internal mapping solution that you have integrated, right? So what it gives you, like you tell here the user is, okay? Here is the user. You send the coordinates to it, I mean XY coordinates to it. It gives you like, if from here someone wants to go to barista, right? These are the ways that he should be going. Left, right, 50 meter, walk 50 meter, and so on, right? And what we essentially started doing is started converting them, that into, you know, voice. So it was basically we were getting through the APIs, we are getting the text. The conversion of text to voice and voice to text is happening on the mobile device itself at this point of time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So all the use cases that were presented were essentially around need-based sales.
Correct.
What about cross-sell and upsell?
Interesting. But, you know, I mean, that also kind of falls in the very regular way of, you know, the traditional way of selling, right? When you bought an iPhone, like sell the charger or sell the headphone, or I don't think iPhone gives anything with it, right? So, I mean, you can sell whatever you want along with iPhone, right? So cross-sell, you know, there are interesting, you know, ideas, there are interesting implementation. Even in the as basic as kind of Magento or your WooCommerce, right? There are about half decent, you know, cross-selling and upselling options that are available. We haven't done any kind of interesting thing around that other than kind of just turning off that plugin of cross-selling and upselling for Magento or WooCommerce or, you know, Drupal, whatever.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Predictive analysis or the user behavioral analytics, the UBA, right? So everyone is doing it. So what is different in your product where we can say confidently this is something new out of the box?
So it is more, as I said, it is more integrated experience, right? So this is not like a just come to Amazon and buy things and I will predict what you would buy, right? It is slightly more integrated, rather a lot more integrated, right? Just if you look at the example of Oven, right? That's more integrated experience, and that integration is actually driving the sales. There is an interesting company actually which does something very similar into coffee making space. these might be kind of a niche things, from the user's perspective, but what they are able to do is kind of generate a demand and kind of help you organize yourself better. So do we need it as a user? I'm not sure. Would I use it? Owen, I would definitely use. Jenny Ken, probably I would use. I don't know about venture. Would I use it and would I be comfortable sharing my movements with people? That where I'm going, what I'm doing. So depending upon what comfort level are, and we like it or not. Like anytime you go into deeper integration, you are walking that thin line on the privacy. So that is what it is. So
Thank you.
thanks. Yeah.
The privacy, because the last one which you showed, it doesn't give me a confidence or, that what about my data? Because it's like 24 by now 7 you're recording me, you're having my movements, but never I saw some privacy or security thing, which is mentioned.
Correct. So essentially when users are signing up, they are kind of logging in, you are kind of prompting them saying, hey, this is what is getting collected, right? And beyond that, honestly, like for a lack of a better example, right? People are sharing their honeymoon photos on Facebook, right? So, I mean, everyone has their own comfort level when it comes to privacy. I wouldn't use it, to be honest. But having said that, like there are enough people who see value in it, right? So, and it's a moving target, right? Pretty much in e-commerce space, if you see lately, everyone is kind of trying to hit some target. They are trying to do something around analytics, something around, integration, something around kind of, aggregation. So they are trying different things, and let's see, like, whatever drives the revenue, eventually, that is going to be the winner. So let's see. Pardon?
The revenue part of it.
Uh-huh.
So because we are seeing a lot of use cases here which are kind of very specific use cases, okay? So do we see really revenue of investment that we are putting in? Will it give it us back that much or more than that? What do we see in that? Those kind of use cases that you just explained.
So these are again like luxurious experiences, right? Especially first two, right? Everyone got their own pick, right? Do they need it or don't need it? But in general, if you see, right, that is the next level of comfort that people are looking for, right? Everyone got AC, everyone is driving half-decent car, So what next, And so this is where we are going with it, right? So that is my broad sense. Maybe I'm wrong, but that is how I look at all these ideas, So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tushar. Indeed, an interesting, insightful session for all of us. And here is a token of appreciation from Nasscom for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now we break for lunch, and we'll resume at 1:45. See you at 1:45. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. I hope all of you had a wonderful lunch. And the kind of turnaround we have, I'm sure no one is sleepy. So let's move to our second segment for the day. We have an interesting session lined up on digitization of project management processes, practical strategies to improve margin and project governance. As digital transformation automates workflow and coordinate, traditional project management tasks like scheduling, project leadership, etc., are taking more time to, and now leaders are taking more time to focus on strategy, optimization, and delivery. This session will deep dive on project margins, overall revenue, and project governance with insights from our renowned speakers for the day, Sandeep Kumar, founder and CEO, ProductDossier, and Abhijit Devukule, Chief Digital Officer, Tata Technologies. I welcome both Sandeep and Abhijit to today's discussion. Over to you, Sandeep, please. Welcome.
Thank you. How? It's not moving. Okay. Pardon me. Yeah, but yeah, I know that, but I just want it to work too. So, good morning. Good, thank you. That was my little test to see if everybody is awake. So, thank you, Nasscom, for giving us this opportunity. Today, over the next 30 minutes, me and Abhijit, who is also our customer, will be speaking about this particular topic as to basically digitization of project management processes and what are some of the ways in which is the real problem of improving margins and other things. So that is what we will do over the next 30 minutes. So let us start. Basically, if you see what is that we are trying to improve in any organization. Today, if you talk to CEO, CFO, Chief Delivery Officer, or any CXOs, and then down to business unit heads and the program managers, what they want to do. Each one of them want to improve project margins, right? That's the word everybody would have heard in many meetings. CEO also wants to improve the overall revenue of the organization. And then there is a governance piece, and then there is a business excellence. So these are some 3 or 4 keywords every CEO wants, every company wants, and more so in the current times. So what is the solution? So there is an analogy. When you go for a diabetes, some people have diabetes, right? So when you go to the doctor just doesn't give you a pill and says, take it and you will be okay. So he suggests a package. He suggests you have to exercise, you have to meet the dietitian, and then there is a pill, and and then he says, you have to basically change your lifestyle. That is the solution he prescribed, right? And then he says, just this much is not enough. You have to measure it every 3 months. Come to me. We will again discuss, see where you are, what progress you've made, and then we will change. And it's a lifestyle change. So similar thing here. There is no, one solution or one pill you can do to address this. It's a package. And before we even talk about the solution, let us talk about what are the systemic issues which are plaguing every organization. So I have put it in a little bit of a sequence so you understand. The problem starts during the time of estimation of any new opportunity in the company. And I'm referring, because most of the folks here are from IT companies, I'm referring also more to them. So that is where the problem starts. Estimation, right? Today, the estimation is done in Excels. The standard cost master, some people are taking the actual burden rate of the employees. Some people they have their own Excel. So there is no standardized cost master to start with. Then the second problem happens is, because everybody is sort of using their own Excel cost sheet template, they may not be even capturing all the cost. Mostly they are bothered about the salary of the resource. But there are other costs like travel, there is a cost of hardware, software, there are a lot of indirect costs, facility cost and all. So those costs are not captured in a very disciplined manner, right? Then if it's a couple of years project, you don't even allow for, or there is no provision for inflation. People don't even know what is inflation. They don't care. So you do the estimation, and then what happens? Everybody thinks I am at a 40% expected profitability, correct? But reality is very different. Already you are at 30%. So the problem starts here. The second one, the project set up for success. Who is the person who lives throughout the life cycle of the project, with the project, who spends maximum time? Can you tell me anybody? Project manager. Say loudly, many of you. Project manager, right? Who knows the financial information of the project? Does he know? Yes? I don't see very confident this thing. He should. He should. So I can see that they are beginning to speak up. Okay, in some organizations it may be, but by and large, basically he is not empowered. What he knows is, what is my engineering deliverable? He doesn't know what is the planned profitability. And he is like the CEO of the project. And at the end, you will say your profitability has gone down, but you haven't even told him the basic thing. So he's not empowered. So that project setup, we are mostly worried about the engineering side. We are not worried about the financial side or the commercial side. That is the another problem. The third one is the resource forecasting and utilization. Now, this is a very big problem. And, you know, for example, there is a revenue loss, right? I have got the order, but there are no resources. Why? Because there are no free resources. But actually there are free resources, just that you don't have the visibility. Those are on bench. So at the end of the month, somebody will give me a report and I'll see 20% is on bench. But in 10 projects, I had revenue loss. Correct? Then another problem which people don't even talk about it. I have given a resource to a project. Because the cheaper resource was not available, I gave a more expensive resource. Because of that, my profitability will go down. And nobody even cares about that. Because once the budget was made in the beginning, nobody even cares that this resource is falling into that budget or not. Correct? And another problem happens. That person, high-skill person, you have put into low-skill role. And after a while, he will feel frustrated. And he will contact litmus box people here to find a new job. That's how the attrition starts. Then tracking plan and actuals. Again, things are happening, but I don't have month-on-month visibility. I mean, I do get a report, but I don't have how much money I have already spent out of my budget. The project manager simply does not have a room to play, does not have a playground to play with the mix of resources. He is very limited, and that's why another this thing. So there are some more things here. Billing and DSO. I'm hoping that everybody is aware with DSO. It's the daily sales outstanding. But billing is a nightmare in every organization, which is the most important thing. 7 days, last 7 days of the month and the next 10 days of the next month are gone in data compilation. This data then goes to finance, who will raise a bill. Then customer will reject that because the data is not correct. And 30 days I have taken, or maybe sometimes more than that, to just raise the bill. Forget about the money coming in. And this is such a simple process, right? So that is also very much broken. But when you talk to people, they'll say, no, everything is hunky-dory. But there are challenges there. Change request. Project manager is very friendly with customer. He should be. And customer says, please do this. He says, no problem, I'll do it. I don't know about the cost part. So, and at the end of the month, customer visits, they go dine, have good party. But a lot of work is being done in the project, which is a change request. Let it be unpaid, I don't mind. I mean, it's a customer relationship building, but at least record it. So that next time the contract gets negotiated, your salespeople have an ammunition to show. So that is another challenge why our revenue is less for every project. Governance and CSAT, of course, these are like everybody wants to increase the CSAT scores. So this is another challenge. And then predictability. People don't know the resource forecast, how much resources would be required in next month. The TA team comes to know only after the order is received. And then the revenue loss starts. So there is you have to predict what is required in the next 6 months. And then there are actionable insights. So all of these are, some of the systemic issues. If you really want to improve your project margins and improve your revenue, you have to find a holistic solution for all of this. So the solution is, of course, there is no rocket science in it. It's very common sense solution. It's a step-by-step approach. But I still thought I'll bring this because my experience working with a lot of customers, the problem starts with the first step itself. When you ask anybody in the organization, is there a problem? There is a denial. First of all, that's the first step. Like somebody asks, you have diabetes? No, bring me kaju ki barfi, I'll eat. I mean, I'm one of those people. So, so this is where, as an organization, as a leadership, they have to understand that there is a problem. There may be some digitization here and there, but actually sometimes it is working against you because people may have built some point solution and thinking they don't have a problem. But there is a bigger problem, so there has to be a consensus and there has to be a blessing from the leadership. Yes, we want to go, we want to take this journey. This is a very important step, very neglected. 300 people company thinks it's too early for us. And 3,000 people company thinks, oh, nothing can change in our organization. So, but both of them are wrong. Everything is possible. It's the mindset. Second, the initiation, you have to have a very strong sponsor throughout the journey. There would be times where you feel that you have not taken the right decision. But believe me, you just need to stay there. That sponsor has to be very strong, and he has to believe that it will happen. Then you have to have the best team. That is another problem. People who are on bench are put onto projects like this. And then what do you expect? So you need to have a very good team, your best team. And then there is a technology selection vendor. While we are also one of the providers, but I think you should talk to people who have done this before. They have had learnings, and that is the best way. Instead of you doing the POC, you should do. But I think in these kind of solutions, their experience counts much more than what you can achieve in 3 or 4 weeks of POC. Then there is you should have the larger blueprint. You should not go with like I'll build some timesheets. People can fill timesheet. That means nothing. Timesheet integrated with resource and the financials, that is where the value is. So you need to do that, and then you cannot do everything overnight. Because technology can give you everything overnight, but can you run with the same speed with the technology? You can't. You can only chew bite by bite, and that's what you should do. A phase-wise approach is the best way forward, because you will learn a lot in the first phase. And that learning you put into the second phase. So don't waste your time and money investing everything up front. I mean, unless and until, of course, some organizations are par excellence, so they should do that. And then there is the execution. Similarly, the people change management. Putting the solution is not enough. You have to actually do people change management where you have to handhold them. You have to make them feel that it's not difficult. You have to watch over their shoulder while they are doing it. And they are smart, they will get it. But they need support from the organization. You have to be like, what is that word? That empathy you have to show towards your users. Right? So this is a very important step here. And then finally, once you have achieved some success, measure it. That will give you, ammunition for the next phase. You should celebrate it. And then there will be improvements identified by your own people whom you think cannot be involved in this kind of initiative. They will start thinking. And today you are not leveraging that thinking of your people because you are making them do the same work repetitively. They are not thinking in an intelligent manner. So please leverage their thinking and then evolve. Once you have data, now is the time to talk about AI, ML, and every other emerging technology, right? Don't just jump to AI, ML without putting your house in order. So that's the thing. So very quickly, I know I'm running short of time and Abhijit has to come in, but I'll give you one framework. So today, you have the CRM, you have the ERP, the accounting system, and this is where most people have problems. And this is what you can make your projects more profitable. So if you see there is an opportunity which comes in, now today what salesperson sends an email to delivery, please give me a proposal. Then the salespeople or the pre-delivery people, or sorry, pre-sales or the delivery people, they work on Excel. So what you can do is, you can have the digitization here. And then, you can digitize your estimation, your markups, your revenue, your proposal generation, integrate it back to CRM. And there is a resource pool, right? I said resource forecasting. So when the opportunity is 70% mature, give information to TA that these are the kind of people I am expecting. And that will reduce your revenue loss. And then your salespeople win the contract. Now you create a delivery project. So this has the planned profitability. Project manager can see it. He is accountable, but he also has the data. And now the resource pool, you put the resources through a resource pool, matching skills, everything, the right pricing into the project. And this is where the project execution happens, the revenue recognition, which people are suffering, the billing, and all other risk project methodologies like Agile, Waterfall. So all of this happens here. You can even integrate with your ERP, and finally there is a project closure. Very important step, but in most organizations, it is broken. There is no project closure, because before that you are put on to the next project. There is lessons to be learned here. There is a knowledge here, which you should learn and put it back into your system for the next projects. Correct? There is a governance piece which will make your CSAT scores much higher. Customers should really say that you are managing projects in a fantastic manner. And then there is a analytics piece here, which you can see analytics, and then there is a customer portal. Share some of this information to your customer. This will build confidence. Your CSAT scores will go up anyways. Some customers expect that timesheet data should be approved by them. Today, what people are doing? Excel. So you can actually digitize them. Very good experience for the customer. So this is one slide which is giving you, a very, real way you can implement in your organization. What is the value generation? It will improve your resource utilization 2 to 5%. Our customers have experienced, and which will result your revenue up by $1 to $5 million, depending upon the size of the organization. Again, it will improve your project profitability by 2 to 5%. This will generate additional cash of $500,000 to $4 million, again, depending upon the size. The DSO, if you reduce by 15 days, this can result into extra cash of up to $1 million. And this is very real. I mean, you are losing money on the table, for sure. And then single version of truth. Now you don't have to enter data twice. Entered once, reaches everywhere else. And imagine so much confidence in people. I know that this data is correct. Today, first 15 minutes of the meeting, people are saying, oh, he does not have the right data. I'm telling you, there is a new Excel out there. He does not have it. Have you heard this? And then the culture building. This is the most important thing. Today, there is no culture. Culture is of Excel. When you build this, people will get into it. First benefit, new people joining your organization, they don't ask questions. They just fall into this. You don't have to teach them. The problem is only your existing people. So by a little bit of effort, and then people will start asking the right questions. So you are building the culture. You are training your people what questions to ask. Don't ask me very basic, data question. Ask me, how do I get better data next month? And that only such a digitization effort can do. Okay, so I'll quickly, this is just one slide about us. We are focused on this particular thing I'm talking about. We are based in India and USA, so it's an Indian startup going overseas. It's one of those kinds. We have very good team, and I think they are around here. So we are 4 co-founders in the company. We are a low-code, no-code technology platform. I mean, it's a buzzword, low-code, no-code, so I have used it too. And then we are very focused on this particular problem we are trying to solve. IT industry is one of our target industry. We are compliant, etc. These are some of our customers who have had this journey, who have just, some of them have 10 years of this journey. Some of them recently started. None of them are regretting this. Everybody is investing in this more year after year. And it's like a addiction of a good kind. So, and now I'm just going to invite Abhijit. Abhijit is the Chief Digital Officer of Tata Technologies, one of our customers who are using our product, whatever I just said, for their organization, and he will talk about his experience. Thank you, Abhijit.
Hello friends, good afternoon. Yeah, Sandeep spoke so passionately. I think as a customer, I have really experienced some of these things firsthand that he has spoken about. And when Sandeep and Shivani, they approached me a few days back to say a few words about their product and their logo, I was very happy. I was very excited. I said, we have been experiencing this for several years in Tata Technologies, and I will be really glad to represent Tata Technologies in the Chief Digital Officer role and certify your product.
Thank you, Abhijit.
So just the company snapshot. I think many of you would know that Tata Technologies is a group company of Tata Sons. Some of our major customers are Tata Motors and JLR and few others. Our forte is to design and develop end-to-end vehicles. And nowadays we are designing and developing electric vehicles, as that's the buzzword in the industry right now. And here are some numbers on the left-hand side of the slide that you can see. This company is growing remarkably in last 2.5, 3 years. We are close to $500 million company with 9,000 plus people all across the globe. There are almost 18 delivery centers across 3 active regions, Americas, Europe, Asia Pacific, etc. And we work with leading automobile, leading aerospace, leading industry heavy machinery companies. And as I stand here and speak about the company, we are also investing heavily into Addteq platforms. So we are expanding our footprint into education sector now with our platform called as I Get It. And when we have such a complexity in the organization, sometime back we were looking for improving the culture that Sandeep is talking about when it comes to program management, delivery management, etc. We were looking at all our options. There were multiple options on the table, and then we brought in Sandeep and his team in, and he beautifully implemented this integrated project management system, which is now integral part. And I say to Sandeep that this is a core, this is a heart of our systems that we have in Tata Technologies. And you saw this slide from Sandeep already. So whatever he has demonstrated that their product does, almost exactly in similar way we have implemented it in Tata Technologies. I mean, it looks so simple on the slide, but it is way too complex when we actually started implementing it way back. Some of the major things that their product do for us is obviously program management, delivery management, resource management, and also importantly this financial management and compliance. Because as a Tata company, we have a lot of focus on compliances and external audits, etc. And their product takes care of these things very well in the integrated manner. So keeping their product at the center, and it is acting as a pivot for us, we have also integrated some of the CRM systems where the opportunities start flowing in. And then obviously data from this IPMS system is then sent to ERP system, which is SAP in the back end. And all this entire of this flow is called as opportunity to cash. So right from the customer opportunity that gets entered into the system till the cash is generated for the company as a revenue, we use this system at a center. And then it is also very well integrated with many things. One of the things is also that some of the customer timesheets. So when the timesheets are entered by our own employees, some of our employees are also working at customer sites, customer premises. And their timesheets are also well integrated using this IPMS system. So there are a lot of complexities that he talked about, which I'm just vouching in front of you here. It is also role-based access management. So Azure AD integration is done here. LDAP is used in the backend, and then the role-based integration is done. So based on the role of the employee in the company, he or she gets to see the different features and functionalities of this application. And then on top of this, to simplify it for day-to-day usage for our employees, we have also developed a mobile-based application. So people can enter their timesheets, manager can approve their timesheets, people can enter their leaves, manager can approve their leaves. We can also process some indents and POs using this system. And as Sandeep has mentioned, this is a single source of truth for us. So many of our critical documents, such as purchase orders, for example, are residing in this system centrally, which are referred here. So this was a journey, guys. So when we started way back in 2018, this came as a mandate from our Tata Technologies board that we have to implement this system, some system for project and program management and delivery management. We started from there. We then invited one of the big 4 consulting firms to work with us to do process mapping, process mining, process re-engineering. And then we floated RFP, and then we received responses from multiple different companies. One of the companies was ProductDossier. And based on our evaluation criteria, which we looked at, and some of the important ones besides the commercials that we also looked at is also flexibility of the vendor, is also that how much of industry knowledge and domain knowledge that this company has, how much quickly, I mean, and in a phase-wise manner, we can implement this system and roll it out geographically across the world in different territories. And we started this cultural change management program from UK, which is one of the difficult territories for us when it comes to our employee base there. And from there, the journey has started. It took us almost a year because it's very complex to implement all these things. It took us a year to go live. So we went live in April 2020. And then after, it's not a final step there. I mean, the process continues. It's ongoing increment that we are doing. So Salesforce integration for CRM implementation was done. Then one of the major things that we have done last year, April, is complete organization restructuring or organization redesign. And then again, IPMS was at the central point, and IPMS had to undergo a lot of changes to accommodate the way that we are operating in newer ways of working. Very recently, we have also implemented skills management on top of it, and the road continues. We are now developing predictive data analytics using this PHQI, Project Health Quality Index. Billing automation is something that Sandeep is working with me now to implement, and then many more to come. So this is, I mean, just to explain you one more time, I know that time is running out, but just to again complete my speech here is that this product has delivered me as a chief delivery officer what we wanted, what we started with when we embarked this journey back in 2018. And the journey continues. And a lot of people who are joining new to our organization currently are very impressed with the way that this workflow system is working for us. So thanks to Sandeep and his entire ProductDossier team for making our life so easy in this space. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhijit. Can we take just one? Yeah, sure.
Hello. Thank you, Sandeep and Abhijit, for such an interesting session. Indeed, it was very insightful. Lot of concepts, frameworks, and a lot of best practices were shared. So that was really helpful. As a token of appreciation, we have a small gift for both of you. Right. So,
So while they are setting up for the next session, so I'll call Shivani. She's our co-founder and also our global marketing head. So she has a couple of announcements and a couple of questions for you. Please, Shivani.
Thank you so much. I know that they are desperately waiting for us to go, and probably they have next session coming up. So I'll ask very simple questions just to test what Sandeep have just said and told you, which is a real problem to all of us. How much have you absorbed, especially after such a wonderful lunch? So you have seen Sandeep's slides, and many of them was talking, and he was talking very, very passionately about this professional services automation, or a PSA. If any of you would like to tell me just in 2 sentences your understanding, I would like to give a special prize to all of you. Please come out fast to tell me what is PSA meaning, and please, that lady here.
Order to cash.
Thank you so much. And a very simple question. You have seen our logo on the right-hand side, ProductDossier logo. Can you just tell me what do you make out of the color and the icons which you have used there? Concept. The concept. Legos, puzzle. Puzzle, who said puzzle? Puzzle is just one thing. Second, colors, you have used orange, yellow, and blue. Yes, the power of
What are those 2 things? Anybody else? So P and D.
I think in fact, every organization is talking about and trying to figure out more about this area. Workforce analytics, paradigm shift in hybrid working model. The session will deep dive on hybrid working model, what is happening in the hybrid space, what are the implications for India and for the world, how's government thinking about it, what are some of the thoughts across the dimension of people, processes, and infrastructure. How can organizations talk about or take on talent, branding, retention, onboarding? And what are some of the challenges and best practices? For this session, we have our eminent panelist. We have Ankur Dhingra, CEO of Prohance. We have Sumit Sabharwal, who's Vice President HR at Fujitsu Global Delivery Center. We have Rajesh Kumar Singh, who's Global Head HR for KPIT Technologies. And we have Rashmi Singh, who's Global Head HR Operations for Vodafone Idea Shared Services. Okay, I'm so sorry. So welcome everyone, and we look forward for a powerful, power-packed discussion.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Amita, for that quick, crisp welcome. We had some slides, right? For this session. So while we're waiting for the slides, I'd like a quick show of hands. How many of you are dying to go back to office, you and your teams, and want to just work from there 100% of your time? Raise your hands. Nobody? How many? One person. So it's not zero. How many of you on the other end of the spectrum never want to look at the face of your office and happy to work fully remote? Like you won't go into office, you don't need to meet them, you see them. One, two. There are two from Prohance only actually. 2, 3, 4. Okay. So rest all of you are somewhere in the middle. Yeah. So hybrid is also a little complicated, but 3 options for hybrid. Before we get into that, how many of you, and let's say it's called a 1-4 or the 4-1 model. 1-4 is 1 day in office, 4 days at home, and 4-1 is the other way around. How many are there for 1 day in office and 4 days remote? How many of you have 4 days office and 1 day remote? How many, like, you can't do 2.5, but somewhere in the middle, okay. Good. Kahan se boss? Okay, so, I mean, I can get the presentation up, but the key thing is I have a very interesting slide on how what we call is a generational shift that happens in the way we work. And the first generational shift happened in the 1850s, or maybe a little bit earlier, when man discovered industrialization. So a lot of workforce moved from farms into industries. So that was like a significant shift on how we worked. The second big shift happened around World War II, when a lot of women joined the workforce. You know, workforce was predominantly male. It became like, you know, much more diverse. Third generation shift happened like in 1995, 96, when PC, Microsoft, and we moved away from fax machine, phone call, to really having an integrated work setup, and which has evolved over time now with teams and everything. And what we believe is, if they can't get my presentation up, it seems. But what we believe is now is really the 4th generational shift, which is happening with work, with essentially what COVID led to was it was fully in office, then it became fully remote. For most people, like our industry became fully remote, maybe manufacturing didn't. And now the pendulum is shifting somewhere in the middle, which is what we call hybrid. Okay. And the example I gave is, if all of you know Apple, right? So Apple made this rule in the office, Cupertino, in California, that people need to come in for 3 days a week. This is a company that has the best pay, probably the best work environment, best stock options. And even for 3 days a week, people revolted. And there were Facebook group setups, a lot of feedback that, look, I come in, the other guy doesn't come in, why is he coming in, and I'm not coming in, or am I coming in, she's not coming in, all kinds of situations happen. So the point I'm making is, if the #1 market cap company in the world with the best pay, best stocks, best work environment, can't get their people to come into work 3 days in a week, we don't stand a chance in hell. And that is the reality. The only kind of the other dimension which people talk about is, look, in the Western world, a lot of the home infrastructure is built for work from home, you know, internet connectivity, you have some privacy, more space, etc. So one logic that gets given is, a lot of people in Asia might want to come back because, you know, office provides them a better environment in terms of, you know, if you're alone, you're staying in a chamari or someplace, you'll come home, you get like 2 meals in a day, you get to play pool and things like that. So then you have to basically redesign your workplace to make that happen. For it's the same cubicles and gray looking walls, then the chances are even they won't like to come back, you know, in office. So that's the other thing we are figuring out. So in this panel discussion, I think we have more questions than answers because it's still an evolving topic, and everybody is trying to find a point of view around it. I really wanted to show one slide, which I'll try and, as we speak, fix the presentation to try and show it to you. But what we'll do is we'll kind of jump into the discussion. We got a very august panel there, and Sumit's managing around 20,000-25,000 people. Rashmi is managing 90,000 people. Rajesh is managing 8,500, 9,000 people. So between them, they're running more than 100,000 people, so I'm sure they have deep insights in terms of what's happening. So let me start with the first question, and I can start with Sumit. So what's really happening across the world with hybrid, Sumit? And I mean, this room thinks it's here to stay, but what's your general global perspective and what you're seeing on hybrid?
Thanks, Ankur. I was very happy to see the fact that some of you were raising hands, some of you were putting your hands, because you do not have your HR team sitting in the room. If your HR teams would be sitting in the room, most of you would have said 4 days working, 1 day home. And I'm just joking. So just as a part of my introduction, I manage 8 global delivery centers around the world. And the beauty of my role is that it's not just about India, it's about Portugal, Philippines, different countries that we get perspective. And pretty much they have similar question as Ankur said, 1441. So I think that's the common theme. I think I've just returned back from Japan, and I was telling Ankur as to how does it feel being in Japan. And probably 2 years back, if you would walk into Japan, you would see office full of people coming at 7:30, and about 8:30 nobody leaves, because that's how they work. And typically you walk into an office in Kawasaki, and you're going to find yourself with only few people, and half of them in jeans and t-shirt, which is a huge cultural change that you see. And that's in a Fujitsu office. So I think that's the paradigm shift that we are seeing about options of working. And I think from that perspective, I would see while we are evolving and we are working, Fujitsu as an organization, which is one of the world leaders in terms of technology, 2020, Ankur decided that only 50% of the people would ever come back. And we call it work-life shift. And it basically has aspects of borderless office, which means we don't have cubicles, as you said. It takes into account smart way of working, and a big change in terms of our thought process around how do we expect people to work in terms of autonomy. So I think these are very governing fundamental principles. And the reason why I'm giving you all these 3 fundamental principles is whether you go 4 to 1 or 1 to 4, all these 3 things are important. So I think what we are seeing is that things are evolving in different parts of the world, but I would say that we are, as an organization, very flexible to what our customers want and our employees want, and for us, both of them the same. So that's happening around.
And I'll just add to it. So the question Ankur asked, is it here to stay? It is there. I think the reckoning has to come to many organizations who are not accepting this. This is here to stay because we have already gone through it and we have done wonderfully well. Now the decision in terms of what kind of model is going to be very leader specific. We have signature processes, we have some requirements, which is where the leader would come in to make sure that whether it works for me to have 1 to 4, or whether it works to me maybe 2 weeks in back to back. So those decisions need to be left on the leaders who are managing the business. However, one thing is very clear. If you are sitting on the fence, it's time to really take a decision. And most of the time what is happening is we are really watching out for others, how they are, are they going that side? I think it is time to take bold decisions, move forward. In fact, we have to evolve to now decide how do we make it successful. So it's no longer being at fence. It's all about, okay, the model is there. How do we make sure that, we have, whether it is infrastructure, whether it is a requirement of our people. Because I guess, while, Ankur mentioned that there was an industrial revolution, we started going to a digital journey. In parallel, there has to be that human-centric approach which has to work together. If it doesn't work, it's not a win-win situation. So finally, we have to get into some human-centric metrics in order to make sure that we are evolving well as we are going into this journey to make it successful. And of course, as we always do in our processes, all of us do it. We work on the process, we evaluate what is going on well, we make those changes, but we are swift and we take an accelerated step towards to it. If we don't do it, the growth which is coming to India, for that matter, will stop because somewhere we are getting into a lot of political things.
No, so I think, just a global perspective, like we briefly mentioned Japan, there's a story, you should look it up. A lot of US downtowns are actually becoming ghost towns because a lot of the commercial real estate is empty. And there's a big challenge that is brewing. Also, most countries in the world have kind of moved to this hybrid working. A lot of internet connectivity challenges are getting fixed. Philippines is another market, which is a big market for similar work like ourselves. Their province connectivity, etc., used to be poor, but that is also rapidly getting fixed. So I think, globality is here to stay, and technologies, etc., will support it to be here. So, Rajesh, you've studied this a little bit. Just from an India standpoint, how is the government thinking about this? What do you think are the kind of policy changes or things that will help, solidify this, accelerate this? Some thoughts in that direction.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So, I hope I'm audible. So first, I think post-lunch session, so everybody who is feeling heavy, you can stand up and, make yourself comfortable because it's always a challenge after a heavy lunch.
This is the second after, so we're hoping it's better.
Oh, so hoping it's better. Or chocolates or whatever helps you. I have been on the other side many times, so I understand the predicament. So one thing is good is happening in India, at least I will say that the government learning curve is there. The first guideline which we said, which we came a couple of months back, they had mandated that 50% employees should come by 1st July and then 100% by 1st October. The recent circular which they have, after the representation from industries, they have amended it. And they have said 50% employees, including the contract employees, have to come to office. And they have given flexibility to SCG commissioners also, that they can even increase this ceiling beyond 50% also, depending upon the business need. So at least the enabling mechanism is there now. And I believe it will be as much learning mechanism for government also how this process works, because the incentive, especially on the SEG side, was linked to that the people will be coming and the infrastructure and everything will be there in a particular area. So government at least is creating an enabling mechanism. At the same time, I wanted to touch, I think, the earlier insights little bit, that talent perspective also, while I see there is hands, most of the people want to work hybrid, but there is one group which wants to come to office. Any guess which group is this? Bachelors. so when we did survey, and we have done 5 survey, and the representation is 95%, and then we extended a little bit more. So the single people, majority of them, they want to come to office if they are stationed at your delivery center. Like see, if we take right now, half of the people are outside our main delivery centers, so they are scattered at 100 plus cities. So they don't want to come, that their limit is not more than 20, 30%. But the people who are there, they want to come to office. And which is the segment which wants to come to office least? Working mothers, least. So anyway, coming to the point, what I'm saying that when government also designs, why I wanted to tell that still it is some sort of universal approach. I think as our learning increases, we will see some granularity coming in policy making and enabling mechanism also. Because ultimately you want to reflect the reality in your policy making.
Right. And yeah, India has been reasonably proactive compared to a lot of other geographies that we started thinking about this. We also have the world's biggest headcount doing this kind of work concentrated in locations like STPIs, SEZ, etc. The other thing I want to talk about as this has unfolded is a conundrum, which is the employee-employer conundrum, and I'll ask the panelists to also comment on that. So ever since COVID has happened, for the employer who's typically like me, Gen X or a late baby boomer, for them, they said, okay, we had this issue, now we made a policy, everybody comes in office 2 days, stays at home 3 days, it's all done, dusted, now back to work. But what we find on the employee side is that, COVID has had so much of reshifting of people's priorities, what people have seen, how they want to operate. They are still not sure what they want. So while they say, okay, we are happy to come 2 days a week to office, you realize suddenly a month later, people saying, well, I really want to come 1 day a week, or do I really want to come? So the employers, because they belong to a different demographic than the employees, and what employees' values tends to be a little different because they are Gen Zs or some, like 1990 and, born after that. So this is leading to inherent conflict. And they say we are allowed to change our mind, right? So we might think, okay, we made a policy, we changed the policy, this is a policy, everybody should be happy. But how are you dealing with this conflict? Because attrition rates are not coming down. Absolutely. Despite giving all that flexibility, we still have attrition. So what's your HR take on this?
So, fair point. And so the way that we are addressing it, so first is we are creating job personas. So I think let's address it from that standpoint. What does that job takes? Would it require for us to come at work 100%? Or can we provide flexibility? So what we have gone back is, we have done a complete assessment of the roles and profiles that we had in our organization. Understood it very clearly.
Let me interject you for a minute. So when you say a job persona, if you guys post a job on LinkedIn, does it now say it's 100% remote?
So, we decided much before that. We decided that this is what it is, that this job is going to require for you to work from home, or you would qualify the hybrid working. So that is coming up, yes.
It comes up. So, so location, flexible, wherever in the world, outside also.
From the word standpoint, I think it's more specific to India right now, because keeping in mind that, we still have to figure out the flexibilities and the risk and compliance and other stuff there. But then very clearly, I think we are trying to make sure that we are giving the right understanding to the colleagues who wants to join us. Now, with that said, we have done 2 assessments. We did it last year around November, December. So I would say we were proactive to do that. And then again, we had gone back because the managers who had been working on the ground, over a period of time, you realize maybe I should do this flexible working over here, it can work. So we've again gone back, done that assessment so that we are very clear when we approach our, upcoming perspectives.
How are you battling attrition then? Like, what's the...
So attrition is, let me tell you, the great resignation is there, and that was because the employees had a great reflection, and it is time for employers to have a great re-evaluation. So that process is still on, because I guess that there is one, Ankur, certainly there is a demand and supply gap. So there are more demand, so they are getting, there are more offers in the market, and people do get, I would say, they feel that probably this point in time they can tap their, marketability. But with that said, what we are doing is that, we are trying to baselining it because you can't just accept everything, but you want to be open. You want to make sure that you are revisiting the benchmarks so that, you are able to offer the candidate for long term, because this journey that we have is for long term. So maybe people may get benefited by hopping multiple,
Yeah,
places.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
a different topic,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, Sumit, what are you guys seeing?
Yeah, so it's very interesting. You look at 2020, 2021, we were a lot first, and let's talk facts on the table a lot more than emotion. We saw a lot of focus was first to get the desktops and ourselves ready. Then we realized that, where are customers? Let's get customer into the picture. Then came a point for a lot of HR matrix was around productivity, and trust me, a lot of people sitting over here, it's not that easy to measure productivity. So from that perspective, Ankur, while I'm going to answer a part of your question, how we are addressing attrition, and I mean, I've just written last week around our attritions are way lower, and we've kind of got a reasonably good recipe to kind of work through. The recipe is all about listening to people. So to a perspective that 1 to 4, 4 to 1 depends, a lot of people in this room, as you said, typically don't want to come back to office from a February to April, because most of the kids had an online class, and that's the most important time for Indians to do what? Prepare their kids for their exams, because through the year they're onlining. So that could be a time where you stop asking people to come to office. But coming July, you tell people to come to office because now the kids are going to school and people want to come. That only happens when you listen to people. And I think your mechanisms from an HR perspective, where we contribute, Ankur, is at an ongoing basis. We are listening to, as Rashmi said, personas, people of different age group. We've got an average age group of 31.3. I mean, India does not have 26, 27. The kind of companies that we operate in are matured people where they typically would have a kid or they would be planning a kid. So I think if I take cues from both these panelists, I think we listen to our audience well. That's why our attritions are quite in control. Demand and supply definitely is something in the market. On a DevOps guy, you would pick up a money control article, would be 33 lakhs, went for 1 crore, 10 lakhs. I mean, market is crazy. So you can't deal with the market, but what you can deal with is to listen to people, put them into categorization and apply a very simple logic of what we in HR call empathy and try to work through. Role-wise, I don't think so that today there is a differentiation. If you have to get somebody in office for some security-related job, that person has to come 5 days. You cannot get a leeway onto it. Otherwise, most of the roles, and I can try and tell most of the people sitting in this role can do from home with a 1 to 4 or 4 to 1.
Yeah, no, that's great. So I had a question for you, Rajesh. As you think about this whole hybrid style of working, what do you think are the implications for talent onboarding and talent retention? So how has that changed, or how is that changing?
So post-onset of pandemic, I think Indian IT sector deserves tremendous credit, because that was a kind of policy shock given by government. But in the span of 1 week, we say how with 99.95%, like Sumit already said, except very critical hardware and security related job, everything else we shifted home. And we have delivered successfully. If you go by the client satisfaction survey and the financial performance also, which has been one of the best in the, I will say, in the previous 17, 18 years. So if I look from the talent perspective, so I see there is a famous TED talk. I will encourage everybody to go and read what drives engagement. And they say autonomy, mastery, and purpose. So mastery, I think most organizations are trying to do, because we are in the, most of us are in the skill related. Unless you keep your people evolving, updated with their skill, then they are not going to be relevant. But autonomy is what kind of work I want to do, from where I want to do, and how long I want to do. At least one dimension the pandemic has addressed, from where I want to do. So that, I think, is by and large institutionalized, and I think already Sumit said, and most industries have also given the long-term guidance. We also want to provide autonomy to people. So we want to respect their preferences, and the organizations who won't respect already.
So let me challenge you there a little. See, the challenge.
Apple learned the hard way.
It's a good thing we have a young dynamic workforce, but they haven't worked long enough. And we've seen typically in Asian cultures, because the way we are drawn up, it's more directive, and there is a certain element of supervision or mentoring, monitoring, evolve, because you're so new, you don't know the importance. Sometimes people don't realize the importance of the code they're writing to the overall success of their client, etc. So when you say autonomy to people, is it you're talking for people who worked for 10, 12 years, or how do you balance that with so many new hires we get in the company?
Yeah, so good point, because if we see the attrition rate itself has hit through the roof. Industry median attrition has been 25%, and if you go to US, it's more than 40%. And the people who are not living are all in the market. So how do we, some segment we have created, and I think entire IT industry also is moving in the same direction. So there is now realization that the people who are freshers, who are fresh from colleges, so their institutional training, whatever 3 to 4 months we do in academies kind of setup. And then next to 2 to 3 months when they are actually learning on the project. So we expect them actually to come to office unless there is some compelling reason. So freshers definitely we want, because there is I agree with you that we have also realized that there is a learning gap. If the person is not there in the terms of finer nuances, not only in the terms of the technical work, how do you collaborate, how do you interact, the softer aspects, conflict management. So for the junior, fresh from colleges, definitely there is a segment in which we are also, at least in the first few months, we want them to be with us. And after that again, it goes back. Because again, the point is, if I as a company don't give the choice, somebody else is willing to give the choice. So right now, another thing is that Mr. Market, as is popularly called, is dictating too many of these trends. So last 1.5 years, if you see, the too much adrenaline-led growth, excess liquidity, it is all coming to ground now. You see that what is happening in US and the product companies and Addteq and everywhere. And the reality is going to be very sobering for us. By Q3, we'll see. So somewhere, I think the reality will be interjected into the system, into the overrated system.
I see.
Right. I'll just add to it. I think it is very important for the new ones to really, help them in the culture building. So when we say an organization has a vision and a culture, it will just not come in. So it is important that initially, when they are onboarded, that culture setting is done, that sense of belongingness is created, and that is the time that you gradually wean them off and let them be independent. And definitely you need to have a better ecosystem of trainings. Because earlier the trainings were, many of them were with the buddy systems, but then how do we really invest on that? Right now, maybe we may have tools, but it's not across. We need to have a better tools to equip them. So that is all a work which has to be done. We are not there. I think, yeah, that's where we are.
So I'll like to keep 10 minutes for the audience to ask any questions to the panelists, but I'd like to do an audience poll. So you'll have to listen carefully. It wasn't designed to be done this way. But as you think about hybrid working at scale over time, hybrid working at scale, as all of you think about hybrid working at scale over time, what do you think are our biggest challenges? Option A is visibility and operational delivery. Like, is everyone visible? How do I deliver in hybrid? Option B is control and compliance. And option C is culture building of the company. So I'll repeat the question. So as you think about hybrid working over time, which one you think is the biggest challenge? Operation delivery visibility, just control and compliance, or culture building? So how many for culture building? How many for operational delivery and control? And how many are there for control and compliance? So culture trumps strategy any day for lunch, breakfast, and dinner, like we've said. So this kind of poll proves that, So any questions, please? You got a great panel here. Yeah, please go ahead. And if you have anyone specifically want to ask a question, do just direct it to them.
Hello. And just to reveal, our HR head is sitting on the stage. So because someone was saying that, right? That maybe they are not there. That's why people are speaking their mind. You talked about US downtown, Ankur, that they are becoming ghost cities, right? Everyone is moving away. But last week, there has been a different trend. Italy, Australia, and I think one more, geography, they have started paying their employees $10,000 to move away from cities into rural areas so that they can build their connectivity and work out of there. And kind of it gives a boost to the rural economy as well. It has a different facet to it because of the pressure which is on the cities like Pune or Mumbai or Delhi or Gurgaon, right? So is anyone thinking about that in India?
So I think these, arguments, if you're a lawyer, you can argue them on both sides. In the morning, you can argue them on one side, evening, the other side. So you're right. So that is also happening. But I was just saying in the context of something we held so valuable and close, people moved from smaller towns to come to cities to work. Coming to office was such a big thing. Like, it was like you'd see, you'd say, okay, you go to a city to work and you work in a big office. So many movies come up, you're working in Manhattan, you're working in Mumbai. That whole notion is getting destroyed. That's no longer the case. You can do something big and creative from anywhere.
So I think, it is also a matter of evolution. So if you look at Indian MNCs, they had presence in maybe a couple of metros, right? But we realized that now there is a boundaryless, talent movement which should happen. So we are trying to add in voice as Vodafone Intelligent Solutions, we are trying to create hubs in many other cities to tap the talent so that it doesn't become a compulsion for them to come to the corporate office or the head office or wherever their main centers are, but have the hubs there so that, we have some local offices there, which can ensure that we are tapping the right talent and we don't miss out on the right talent just because we are not there in that city. So I think that is an evolution. So we probably need to graduate from there. And maybe once we graduate and be there, then probably we can think through that, what about the tier 3 cities? Why don't we go there? So it's going to happen. I guess it has taken momentum. It's taking time. But I'm sure the way that we are growing, we would be there. It's a matter of time, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, hi. Just had a question that, we see most of the companies, the major chunk of the employees are working from hometown. So are there any initiatives that has been taken which have worked for calling them back? Because when you say hybrid mode as well, we are expecting them to either work for 2 days in a week or something. For that person has to be in the base location. Yeah. So are there any initiatives or any things that have been done that can help employees to come back?
So that process has started, but right now it's a gradual move because we have not put in tight timelines. We are working a little differently, even if the persona is that the person should work, but our colleague is right now going through wants to stay. We are flexible to help that because that's the commitment, we have with each other. But after a point in time, then we'll think through, how do we maybe move the colleague to a persona which is totally remote. That will come in later, but from the point of view that are we there helping each other, holding hands and, moving through this phase? Yes, we are. And I think, there are organizations which are there in CES, they are more regulated by the government, which is where also there's a flex as you see it. So I guess this is working out well, and probably it'll settle down for best.
If I may just add, fundamentally, when this question an employee asks me, my response is, why do you want to come to office with some regulation and norms? On one side, you say we want flexibility, and most of you said we want to have 4-to-1. Why do you want guideline? Why do you want a policy? So I think from where we see, and we've got a reasonable good presence across India and around, I think fundamentally we want people to come back to office for team effectiveness. Most of our work in Fujitsu is you don't come to office to work. You come to office to network that particular day. Second important thing which Ankur highlighted, and most of you raised your hand, it's very easy to say that we sign up for change, but change just does not happen turning up to office for one day and doing a team building activity, and that's what I want to kind of highlight. So at Fujitsu, we, across globe, is running something known as purpose carving. And I think we thought one of the glues for us to work is to understand the purpose of every individual and kind of just do a setup of all of us coming together with 10 and 15 people and talking about what has been a purpose of life, what do we want to do besides doing activities. So to answer your question, we don't have a guideline, and we don't think so we would put a guideline. We will say the day you want to come to office, because we have borderless offices and we have anywhere working, you come to office, but you come to office to build the culture. And that is through interventions like knowing your purpose, because that's what creates values and principles today. Because for last 2.5 years, how many of you understand the values and principles of company by not being in the company? How many of you would have experienced a respect or an integrity or teamwork? I mean, a lot of you would have not even talked to somebody else and experienced a teamwork. So I think it's very important for the youth and for a lot of you sitting in this room is drive a culture of inclusivity, and that inclusivity should not be black or white. It should be an area where you should kind of let people be themselves. And we should stop asking each other this question of what does it take? Because eventually what it will take into is a compensation discussion. I come 2 days to office, do you pay me more? Versus people who are working. How do you deal with that? And that's a real challenge for any HR professional.
There's also a very good tagline by, I think it's by EAY, which says that we stay at home to concentrate, we come to office to collaborate. So similar things, people are coming to office to keep the team bond and effectiveness together. Let's take some at the back on that side.
So my question is to Sumit, as you told that Fujitsu. So my question is to you that you told that at Fujitsu you were able to manage the low attrition rate, correct? By listening to your employees. And parallelly you are saying that we don't have any guidelines and we have to come to office to have a collaboration and other stuff. So how you manage the empathy level as well as how you manage the collaboration stuff at the other side? Because if we will not listen to our employee or empathy, we will not listen to them, it will lead to an attrition, correct?
Yeah. So I never said, so to answer that part of the question, I said, look, so interesting part, let's define roles in an organization right now. You have an employee and a manager. And that's what some of you did when Ankur asked the question that how many wanted change and how many wanted compliance, because a manager has to drive compliance even in attendance. So there are different role holders, right? And you need to deal with it. So I think when I was answering that question, I was saying that we want to stay away from putting a guideline and making it black and white, because that's what typically a manager wants. Black and white, a rating bell curve, everything. So we want to make an organization which is trustworthy. You trust people. And trust people could be managers or could be employees. Now to your question, we were able to manage, or we're managing attritions to a fairly lower level, is the culture that we're building in the company, because one, it's a Japanese company and we kind of have invested quite a bit in terms of people. Second, also what we typically do is when I say we listen, we truly listen. But when it comes to asking us to typically take a decision black and white, I think typically where we kind of then take a decision is the fact that can we be in a position where we can role holders allow people to have an empowerment. And when empowerment typically comes in, empathy will kick in. So it's not like I'm listening to a manager, so the empathy.
So can you tell us two things? Most of us work with American, European firms here. Very few. In your experience, working with a Japanese parentage or heritage company, which are different than working in a Western company?
Sorry, what are the two differentiating factors?
Yeah, two things which you feel from people's standpoint different.
Yeah, I think typically, and I will give you context from more from in India because you would understand. One, there is an unsaid warmth. While hierarchy is one common area that you will typically see in an Asian and a Japanese company, warmth is something which is felt in an organization, and that's why people stay for a longer duration. Second, I think what is also important, Ankur, that organization of our scales, and it's not only India and Japan or a Japanese company, I think as an organization, one of the values that we live very strongly is a respect for a role. And that's where, while we do not say empathy per se, but respect is something which comes in. We typically don't have a lot of employee relation cases in our organization because of the fact that that's how we build our culture, where we respect the role. So I think these are two differentiated factors. I think American and European countries have their own. In an American company, you will pick up the box and you will go, and that's the way it is. And I worked in an American company. I come from Dell. And then I worked in a Chinese company, which is Huawei. So I can differentiate and tell. But I think what differentiates Fujitsu as truly a company is the factor of respect. And I think the factor of warmth, which is not very easy to explain. And that's why people stay in an organization.
Okay, maybe we can do one or two last questions, I think. Are we on time, over time? One last question. Okay.
Hello. Yeah. In work from home or hybrid model, how will you ensure the data security? Because that is the only thing which is concerning to most of our customers.
So I think the last 2 years, when the COVID had hit us, and in fact, these conversations of flexible working was happening much before. And everybody was concerned about compliance, data security, and that was talked about. The moment it hit us, I think we managed it. And interestingly, I mean, I can talk about my consulting organization where I worked last, not even a single case. But at the same time, I think we have to work on, cloud solutions, and that's where we all have to evolve. There are many organizations which have already evolved, are there, and there are many others who have to go that path. So, but then it's been tested, given, done. It's now all about implementation and making it happen. The only good thing is this: you don't have to do that change management with your stakeholders because it's not required any longer. Yeah, so we're in a better space because of that. Thank you.
I think we're done. I had to. Okay, one more question. Go on. I'm just throwing up something for you guys to see whether we're leaving.
So hi, my name is Smita, and I'm working in in the employee engagement space at Amdocs. So this question specifically is to Sumit for the reason that you have been operating in other countries as well, but it's kind of common to all of you. Now, in terms of the focus area, right? The entire world is looking in terms of restructuring the workplace, right? And how to really get used to this hybrid work culture, because that's going to be the future. Now, in terms of the opportunities, are there any foundational elements that you guys are looking, or have you guys, researched or looked at any, some elements that's really helping the organization to build that culture in the most efficient way that the employer as well as the employee is at par? And there is, because drift is obviously there, and you can't satisfy, everyone. But is there any key areas or are there any key priorities that you guys have been working on, or have you seen any trend that's really helping the organization to settle down in this hybrid culture quicker than the other organizations who are literally struggling these days?
So 2-3 things very quickly. One, we're done with this great resignation that we talk every time. Let's just understand that's reality. And let's also understand that a lot of people who are sitting over here who have never been to offices, you even do 60%, you're good. We can't get 100%. These are 2 things which should get into the mind of a company, HR, managers. That's reality. I think what's working for us is rotation. Trust your people and rotate a lot of them, because you typically cannot pay a DevOps person from 33 lakhs to 1.10. You just can't afford. So I think a strong rotation is working for us. And as I said, team effectiveness, which is again a purpose carving that I've said, is working for us, because that's the only thing which brings people common without hierarchies. Gender makes it inclusive. So I think for us, driving a culture of purpose, driving a culture of trusting people, and saying that even if they're doing 60% and failing 2 times, that's fine, Mr. Customer, because you also can't travel around the world and talk to another partner, so you have to trust. So I think those are the things which are working for us.
I think it's, working on the basics, right? First is the infrastructure. So when you call the people, there has to be a pull factor. Why would I go to work? What will I do differently? So that's where the creativeness has to set in. Are we there? We are not there. But as for anything, you'll evolve, you'll start working through it. So infrastructure in terms of having collaborative tools at work, have an open desk, because networking, as what Sumit mentioned earlier, network is important. That's what we miss at home, right? So that is the other. Third is on the people side, how do we create more transparent communication, because that is also something which is, we're all working in silos virtually. So how transparent we are and how digitized tools that we can introduce. And we're working very, I would say, fast in that space, so that, on the click of the button, you get the information what you want. There is a dependency for a peer who's sitting next to you, or, knocking it. Yeah.
Thanks a
I
lot.
think we've overstayed our welcome, so thank you. Appreciate all the questions. There's a presentation there which I showed to people who are keen in 30 seconds. If you need this presentation, you can email me on ankur.dhingra@prohance.net or this email ID, we'll send it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I sincerely thank all the panelists for being here and for such a wonderful and insightful session. There's a small token of appreciation from our end. I would request Ankur to hand it over to our panelists. Thanks a lot. We need to get it clear. ये पेनड्राइव किसने दिया आपको?
मैम ने दिया।
रुचा ने? That. So now is the time for RPA, AI Ops, Agile. So we have the next session coming up on future of ITSM. And we have Chief Solution Architect from Addteq, Anup Nikam, for this insightful and interesting session. I welcome Anup for the session. Over to you, Anup.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, hi everyone, and welcome to today's talk on future of ITSM. I'm Anup Nigam, Chief Solution Architect with Addteq. So before starting with our presentation, basically I'll just take a few moments to introduce about Addteq, who we are basically. And we are basically a technology solution provider company, helping clients with their digital transformation using by adopting DevSecOps and SRE practices by introducing enterprise agility with custom on-prem and cloud-based services. So let's come back to our main topic of ITSM. So ITSM is being practiced for quite a long time, actually, more than 2 to 3 decades, actually. So why there is a need that we are here to think about it, rethink about it, basically. So I'll operate from here. Thank you. Okay. So in recent times, basically, we have seen in recent years, there is a lot of advancements in technology. We have IoT in picture, we have ML, we have AI, now we have automated cars as well. So technology has come with quite a pace to us than we would have ever imagined, actually. And the thing is, with technology, the motive of having a technological advancement is basically to have more better customer experience with an increased customer convenience. And it is basically kind of a cyclic way where basically customer, with this particular technical enhancements, customer expectation also increases. And that's actually a cyclic way where basically as and when customer expectation increases, it actually pushes the technology further to its limit. So to gain this particular, meet this particular expectation of customer, there are certain things which each and every service provider in nowadays with so much competitive market, they are trying to achieve. And for that, they are trying to ship their releases faster, ship new products, new features faster with reduced risk. And they want all the services to be available all the time, always on services. And obviously, they need to have a seamless service or support to the customer. Now, this is from an aspect of customer and the consumers. Now, if we think from an aspect of an IT ops guy or basically team, in order to meet these particular expectations, they have to support those deliveries faster. They have to make those services available 24/7, and also they have to provide a flawless service experience to the customer. Apart from that, with global distributed team and with increase in remote working during this pandemic time, a lot of load has come to the IT operations where a lot of user base and customer tickets has increased to them. And one of the main reasons is because even the internal users or basically the employees of the organization also have become customers nowadays. They can't directly go back to an IT ops guy's desk and interact. So it obviously led to an increase in user base or customer base and the tickets to them. Apart from that, if we think from with digital adoption, things have become simpler for a consumer and also from a developer perspective. But if we think from an ITSM perspective, the system has become quite complex for them. Let's take an example where a consumer basically comes up, he opens a SaaS service, Google Excel sheet, Google Excel basically, or Google Sheet, and just start using it. Or basically a developer comes in, he just do a one click and his environment spins up. But in the backend, if we see, there are a lot of multi-layered technological stack which has to be supported by an IT ops guy. So it has led to an increase in the complexity of the system as well, which has to be supported by them. Now, if we think from an IT ops guy, by scaling, technology is anyways going to extend, it's going to advance, even the expectation is going to advance. business will go on, it will also increase, but how about increasing the IT ops team or the members who are supporting those infrastructure? We have to scale them exponentially in that case. So what will be the solution? What's the way ahead? So way ahead is to bring in agility into ITSM and to basically delegate all the kind of whatever are the repetitive activities back to software piece, basically. So there is an interesting Gartner study which predicted that through 2023, 80% of the ITSM teams that have not adopted an agile approach will find their ITSM practices to be ignored or bypassed. So if we see we have to adopt a new way of working for ITSM. And now what's the shift? What is needed for that particular shift? So a modern ITSM has to be customer-centric, has to focus on the values or business values which they are generating, instead of the activities which they are doing. Earlier in traditional ITSM, basically we used to, while doing certain reporting, we used to basically take out the report of how many tickets you have closed, how many tickets you have resolved. So instead, now with modern ITSM, the focus has to be on delivering value. Which activity is actually needed for delivering a particular value? And whichever is not, simply, from a lean way of working, we have to identify whether that particular activity is really required. If required, then basically try to delegate that back to software to automate those things. With modern ITSM, it is more adaptable as compared to the traditional ITSM, which was inflexible. It was more of process-oriented, more of governance. So it has to be adaptable and more customer-centric. And that can be done by embracing lean and agile methodologies into ITSM. The teams which were purely centralized teams were there, they were not empowered in the traditional ITSM. It has to change. It has to be a decentralized teams, and they have to be empowered. The focus was, in traditional ITSM, the focus was more onto ticket resolution once the impact has already occurred. The issue has already created, and after that, we basically react. So it's a reactive approach. Whereas in modern ITSM, we have to look forward to doing that proactively. Before any issue occurs, we have to proactively look into that, how we can avoid that particular situation, how we can avoid that particular issue. So it's a proactive resolution which we are looking forward to. In traditional ITSM, there was a lot of siloed knowledge base, or basically knowledge, which has been remained with a particular function itself. Now that has to change. It has to be a collaborative and trustworthy environment which has to be created. One of the last and important point is basically in traditional ITSM enforces things, enforces process, enforces guidelines. Whereas modern ITSM empowers people. It empowers culture. Now, in order to redefine that particular, the modern ITSM, we have to look from all the three aspects, from culture, practice, as well as tools and technology. We can't simply go and say, okay, there is one modern ITSM compliant tool, directly adopt that. And later on, if it doesn't work, then simply blame, okay, that tool is not working. It shouldn't be that way. The very important aspect is to have a culture setup. Your mindset shift has to be there. Now, when we talk about culture, build knowledge-based centric service teams. That is really very much needed at this point in time. And also, open collaboration has to be there. And we have to keep on learning. So it won't be that we have certain new functionality being released, we are supporting that, we encountered certain set of issues. Okay, we as a particular team would only be catering to that particular issues. It has to be documented, it has to be kept as a common knowledge base, and it has to be shared with among other cross-functional teams as well. From a practice aspect, one source of truth for IT documents, all the IT documents and knowledge base is a must. And we have to invest in PIRs. PIRs basically post-incident review. So once an incident has occurred, we have resolved that particular incident, whatever is the RCA, it has to be reviewed entirely. And that has to be documented. Why it has to be documented and why documentation is really necessary. Now, when I say documentation, it need not be that an individual would only be doing the entire documentation, which was earlier the case, right? It's a very lengthy process in itself. But why it is needed? Because data is gold at this point in time. And I'll cover that in some time, why it is. Continuous service improvement is very much necessary. So we anyways have to look always that what all areas are there which has to be improved. We have to see those, we have to learn those, and do those continuous improvement. And last but not the least, shift left mindset has to be there. So any areas which we see, and we try to basically do the shifting to the left. When I say left, from L3 to L2 to L1 to L0 to user base, maybe back to software. Now, how that shift left would happen, technology or tools would enable that. So maybe by automating via RPA or putting that particular intelligence back to software with AI. So this is a typical ITSM landscape would look like. So I'm just taking an example here, just for the sake of discussion, for incident management. So initially, an incident is detected, and incident identification has to be done. Once it is identified, it has to be logged, created basically, and then required communication has to be done to the required stakeholders, be it selective stakeholders or be it wider stakeholders. Once that is done, then comes respond and investigate, where ticket triaging has to be done. It has to be assigned to relevant team or relevant member. And based on the impact, prioritization has to be done. There are certain cases where, if at all, a certain set of member won't be able to fix that particular issue, or it has to be escalated to a higher level from L0 to L1, L1 to L2. So even escalation has to be done. Then investigation of the cause, finding out the root cause, or basically the cause in order to provide a fix. So most of the things are being done manually till this point in time. Even for resolution as well. So the third stage is resolution plus recover. So which is basically once we have identified the root cause, we try to go and provide a fix, be it a tactical fix or a strategic fix, but we have to bring those services up as soon as possible. Now, there could be a case where basically I have certain known issues, and we have documented certain set of pre-steps for getting the resolution. So SOP, standard operating procedure. So if we have documented those, the IT ops member would go there and try to execute those SOPs. It has to be then verified, resolved, and once the issue is resolved, we'll wait for the customer to basically get it confirmed. And the last part is to learn and improve in modern ITSM. So we have to do PIR reviews and reconciliation and reporting. So reconciliation reporting can be weekly, monthly, and quarterly as well. So most of the time, these activities are being done manually or by humans. And if we see from an RPA perspective, how RPA can contribute to modern ITSM. So if we have to talk about RPA, what is RPA? By definition, it's a piece of software which can mimic human interaction with computer. So what all activities would it help us to mimic? So any activity which is repetitive, a rule-based activity, which are highly transactional, and wherever high level of manual intervention is required. So all those activities can be automated or basically handed over to an RPA bot. So if we have to take an example, basically for incident identification, we usually have monitoring setups, right? So instead of, so let's take a step further with monitoring and have an observability setup done. So we have a clear view what is impacting, what could be an impact. Obviously, analysis has to be done for that. So that is one thing. Once we have identified the impact and we know which all areas or which all use cases are or applications are impacted, we can basically configure those and make those as rule-based in our bot. So that can be, again, given back to an RPA. From incident logging and creation perspective, creation can be a rule-based. So as I mentioned, with observability, if we have done the analysis, we know what all set of rules are there. Those rules can be configured into an RPA. And that would automatically create a particular ticket into the system. And we can also have conversational ticketing with certain level of intelligence, with certain level of rule-based ticketing, basically. So that conversational ticketing can happen, where basically that would create a ticket. From a communication aspect, we have to notify customers. And with, for generating more better user experience, there are a lot of channels available nowadays. We have service desk portals, we have chatbots are there, we have emails, we have phones. So there are multiple channels, communication channels are available. Now, from an IT ops guy, he has to look after all the communication channels. What if we have certain set of integration, the entire integrated stack, where basically at whichever time he's online in whichever stack, he'll simply respond on that, and it would automatically be replicated in all the other communication channels. So that particular integration is very much required. Because if we don't have that particular level of integration, IT ops guy would directly, he'll be doing certain set of context switching, and basically by going into one channel, then going to another channel, he'll lose the context. So if we can have that set of integration, it would basically avoid such losing context activity and be more productive for an IT ops guy. From a ticket triaging perspective and assignment, so if we can have a facility where we can configure those rules. So again, this is a rule-based configuration which I'm talking about at the moment. So all the rotas which we usually maintain, who is on call, who is in active support, at what time, we usually do in either Excel or Confluence or Doc. So what if we can directly do this particular configuration into the system itself, into the ITSM system itself? So the bot itself will identify, the system itself will identify who would be the right point of contact at this point in time for this particular activity to be assigned to. From an escalation perspective, we can have a pre-configured, again, set of rules or set of escalation metrics. Instead of keeping that in a Excel or document, basically, or Confluence. So if we can have those set of configurations embedded into the system itself. So even the escalation can happen via bot itself. No human has to basically look after those and do the escalation. From an RCA perspective, to identify the root cause, any ops guy has to look after various services. He would be looking after a lot of services, not only one. So there are general case, basically. They have to go and hop to multiple systems to do login into multiple systems to check the logs on those systems. Now, what if that can be avoided? A bot would take care of going into multiple applications, get all those logs into one place for your, basically, for a human to analyze those logs. And if we go one step ahead, basically after that, even bot can also do the analysis as well. So I'll come to that as well in some time. The third is for SOP execution. So if we have certain known issues and we know that these are the rules which has to be triggered for this certain set of issues, then those SOPs can be pre-configured in the system, such that those as soon as an issue occurs, it would know basically what action has to be taken. So even though it's a reactive approach, but it would heavily reduce the user impact. Okay. Coming on to the PIR, so what if instead of human doing the entire PIR report, the report automatically gets generated with all the populated data automatically. So be it the timelines, what action has been taken by an individual when it is logged, all those has been done by in the PIR report. And even for reconciliation and reporting, those can be given to bots. Sure. Okay, coming on to AIOps, where AIOps would help. The use cases where basically anomaly detection is required. When I say anomaly detection, let's consider an example where there is a sudden surge of concurrent request into an application. Now, whether that particular surge is legitimate or illegitimate, that has to be identified. Let's take an example where a live sports event is going on and sudden surge is happened due to that particular sports event, then that's a legitimate surge. So what if that particular learning has to be given to software, back to software, and it will auto-identify and say whether it's a legitimate or not. Illegitimate could be, an example could be where a hacker is trying to do a DDoS attack. So even that's a sudden surge. So it would automatically identify and automatically do the prediction and prescription. So that intelligence is there in the software itself. And that can only happen when the software is application-centric and it has business process knowledge. So I'll just quickly go through, I'm running short of time, so I'll just quickly go through a few of the examples where basically for incident creation, it's a very common scenario where basically we have multi-layered applications. So application 1, so usually batch is running. Application 1, application 2, application 3 are there, and file is processed by application 1. It transfers certain processed file to application 2, and then does the processing, transfers to application 3. If at all some issue has occurred in application 1, obviously application 2 and application 3 would be impacted. And those 3 applications would raise their own incident. What if a system has the intelligence to identify which is the main master ticket basically, and try to correlate that the other 2 application tickets to the master one. So that particular correlation and grouping intelligence has to be there in the system. And whereas the other scenario would be where I have a monitoring setup for polling every 5 minutes, and if at all an incident occurred, it raises an alert that raises an incident ticket, and after 5 minutes again it happens. After 5 minutes again it happens. So it keeps on creating multiple tickets. So what if that particular duplication of tickets can be avoided? So that's a deduplication which can be done by the bots, and that particular intelligence has to be embedded into the system. The other scenario is for investigation of the root cause. Predictive search and the recommendation can be provided by the system. But in order to provide any of these recommendations or auto RCA or intelligent risk assessment, which is there in the issue fixes, the data is very much required. So ITSM in itself has actually generated a lot of data. So that particular data has to be present. So software would read the historical data, auto-identifies what is required, do the prescription, do the prediction, and then do the prescription of that. And if required, it can auto-resolve that by combining it with RPA. So AIOps, and to reach that particular stage is a journey in itself. And we have to start with kind of reactive approach. And once that is done, from an proactive approach, we first have to set up observability. Once that is done, then set up certain SOPs which can be triggered by bots with RPA, and then embed the intelligence into the system. So I'll just quickly go through one of the product suite which is being offered by Atlassian. So this is a modern ITSM solution offered by Atlassian. So there is Jira Service Management. Ops Genie is there, which is, again, on-call incident and escalation tool. It has the capability of RPA. And I'll quickly go through certain features of RPA. Certain features of this particular solution of Atlassian. So it has modern incident management and change management. It has dynamic set configuration management. It has a data analytics capability in itself. It has no code automation. It has chat ops, conversational ticketing is there. And last is the smart and predictive insight. So I'll quickly go through, just 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. Okay, so it has automated runbooks capability. It has intelligent risk assessment capability. It has data analytics visualization. So even it has connectors to fetch the data from other systems, the third-party systems as well. There's no code automation capability is there. Chat ops and virtual agents are there. So it is NLP-driven virtual agents are there. Collaborative knowledge base, and then the predictive smart searching. So if we see over here, there are, so as soon as an incident occurs, it shortlists certain set of SOPs, and it shows over there. As and when with historical data keeps on building in the backend, it does and refines those searches. So initially, it provides searches of 5 documents, then it would reduce to 3, and then probably in next occurrence, it would reduce it to 1. So these are not the only use cases which are there at the moment. So if at all anybody has any use cases to discuss or anything to discuss about that, please feel free to come on to the our booth. Sorry. Thank you so much. Okay, sorry.
Short of time. Thank you, Anup, for an interesting and insightful session. It was wonderful. And I request, if you have any questions, etc., please connect with him over tea and have chat with him.
Welcome to the Nasscom Tech Innovation Conclave 2022. We're so glad to have you with us, and I hope you had a productive day with all the industry insights and networking that's been happening, right? For the last 3 decades, Nasscom has been working to develop the IT BPM sector through its policy advocacy and set strategic direction at local, national, and global levels. With that said, it's my great privilege and honor to welcome all of you to this plenary panel session. We would have 2 sessions today. The first is a CXO plenary panel session, followed by what we call as Fireside Chat. So just wait for it. It's an interesting event that's going to happen. I'd like to welcome our distinguished guests who would be speaking at the plenary panel session. The first of the session would be a CXO plenary panel session on harnessing the human side of tech-driven innovation. And I'd like to welcome the moderator for the session, Mr. Kaizad Hiramanek, the COO of Tokio Edelweiss. Let's give him a loud hand. We also have eminent panelists here, the CTO of Nagarro, Mr. Ganesh Sahai with us. Ganesh, could you please step up on the stage? Let's keep the applause rolling, guys. And we have Ms. Rama Jayanti, the Center Head and VP R&D of SAS. Keep the applause rolling, please. All right, so without taking any further time, Ganesh, I'd like to hand it over to Mr. Kaiser to take it further.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you. Thank you, Amit, for that short and sweet introduction. I am glad you follow the KISS principle, which is keeping it short and sweet, of course. Let's not have naughty thoughts. But that being said, it's a real pleasure. You know, it's interesting that, you know, after COVID, I think this is my first session as well, after 2 bouts of COVID myself. And let me assure you that this is the largest crowd I've seen in a very long time assembled in one room. So please give yourselves a big hand for being brave enough to sit in a room without any masks when COVID isn't over. Okay, so booster shots are on the house, so please go out and get them as soon as possible. That being said, you know, thank you for being here. And, you know, this discussion is with 2 industry veterans on the human side of tech-driven innovation. So, you know, about a year ago, I actually authored an article in ET-CIO where I talked about the 4 I's of resilient technology. The 4 I's being infrastructure. So obviously, you know, today with the kind of demand on, you know, digital offerings in both the B2B, B2C, as well as in the, you know, vendor space, how do you create robust infrastructure to be on tap in terms of capacity utilization? The second was interfaces. I mean, irrespective of the great infrastructure that you may have, that's not what the customer pays for, right? He pays for what he's using. So, you know, what are the kind of interfaces that you've developed to make it, you know, easy and intuitive for the customer? The third I was on integrations. And, you know, the open API system in the world today, and especially we should all be proud as Indians, and that's another I which is in common, right? So as proud Indians, the kind of open API infrastructure that we have and the kind of push that the government itself is giving in terms of developing the startup and the innovations ecosystem is fantastic. So we should all be feel very blessed that we are part of this country where, you know, we have fantastic open API system. And finally, of course, is the cultural aspect. I mean, it's all fine with all the technology. I mean, we've heard about IoT and we've heard about bots and we've heard about machine learning and all of that. But eventually it's the people, right? It's the man behind the machine that drives all this. So the 4th I was on intuitive innovation. And that is precisely the I that I'm going to be picking up on. Of course, the former 3 I's form a very integral part of the entire, you know, mix of, you know, garam masala, as I'd call it, your home-brewed spice. But intuitive innovation is something which is, you know, extremely cultural and extremely peculiar to certain organizations. And we've got 2 fantastic, you know, panelists here. We've got Ganesh from Nagarro, we've got Rama from SAS Labs, both, you know, well known in their respective fields in terms of the kind of offerings that they're bringing to the market, to their customers, whether business or retail. So I thought I'd start with this question to Ganesh first. In terms of, we've talked a lot about technology in this session. Whether we like it or not, we've been, bored out of our minds in terms of technology. But what are some of the innovation practices that you bring to your organization to make it a talent magnet, a hub for, freshness and thinking? So, Ganesh, some thoughts from you.
Thanks, Rajat. Yeah, I think if you look at the beginning of the pandemic era, people were, bonding together, sitting in their cubicle or offices. They will catch up in the pantry or cafeteria, right? And the bouncing of ideas was spontaneous, right? So if they are working on a client problem, just like we are sitting like colleagues, and we will say, okay, this is what I'm writing a user story and coding it, and this is the algorithm I think should work, and we will, connecting human to human very easily. It was so accessible. Now, as the pandemic hit, that kind of connection started to, we started to lose that, and people started to move to online collaboration tools like Teams or others. And the interaction started to become very transactional actually, right? So that spontaneity of basically connecting and discussing started to go down. However, the demand for digitization was very rapid actually. So lot of work was coming, and the clients depended on us to brainstorm with them, right? What could be the the solution, and even in terms of what additional features could be added. So the role also started to evolve of the developers. So so now how do we basically and at the same time people were dealing with their own health crisis, right? So first of all, we have a value system called caring, right? Which the phrase itself, that let's care for each other. But every term has, alphabet has a meaning. I'll come to that later. However, we formed a team. We said people should feel secured and cared for, right, when the pandemic hit. So, there was a dedicated team who were, reaching out to people who were in trouble related to COVID. Not just they, but their neighbors, their relatives, right? If somebody needed, for example, oxygen concentrator, right? Or they needed an admission to the hospital, right? That kind of a, mental care has to be taken care of for a person to perform, right? But, performance was a secondary, kind of a output, but more was to take care of the people that we have in the company. That was a human part of it. And once, that is taken care of, people felt that there would be the solutions that we are coming up. Somewhere, our clients, customer are also basically depending on that. So the attention to the what is at stake, right? That, started to come in the people. And though the platforms were transactional, but people started to collaborate as a kind of a responsibility. So the R in our caring value stands for responsibility. And then you have to bring, intelligent, interesting, and innovative solutions. That is what caring, I in the caring stands for. So they started to contribute. And, the solutions or the kind of innovations that they started to bring into the solutions, amazed the clients, and they started to basically, roll out more multi-year kind of, contracts, right? So that was the business gain of it, right? But I think the culture plays a very big role in terms of basically, bonding the people together, whether they are, working, sitting next to each other or offline. So building a good cultural ecosystem, right, in an organization, that is the human side of it actually, right? Thanks.
So Ganesh, thanks for that. Rama, when we were pre-discussing this conversation, you did mention that innovation is in the DNA of SaaS Labs. And, it would be fascinating for the audience to understand. And it's an age-old company which has been doing fantastic work, with data and, bringing benefits of data to client organizations. So, we'd really love to know in terms of what SAS Labs does to keep that spark alive in people, to keep innovating and, because eventually data is, beyond a point in time, you're going to keep crunching it, and, somewhere along the line, you may reach a dead end. So how do you kind of, keep that continuum going? Would be very interesting for the audience to hear.
So as you said, for us, innovation is really part of our DNA. It starts from our CEO. Our mantra as a company is be curious. Anybody who comes to our organization, what we tell them is curiosity is at the heart of human development. And I think this is true. We are not inventing this. As humans, we are where we are because I think we have always been inherently curious. We have always tried to solve problems. And what we are saying is that is really what defines us as an organization. The other thing is we have 4 brand stands, as we call it. And the top one in that is innovation. So what we do for anybody who comes on board, not to mention people who are already there, we run these sessions on why you need to file a patent. What does a patent mean to you? So we have forums that train you on that. We incentivize our employees to file patents. Our CEO himself is extremely excited if you bring a new problem. And that problem need not be tied to our products. It could be anything. In fact, once a year, we run something called Bring Your Big Idea. And some of the ideas that come have nothing to do with our domain. We had somebody who came and talked about sustainability. Somebody came and talked about conservation. How do you want to save poaching, animals from being poached? But all these are encouraged, and some of them just happen to become a product idea for us that we then take to market. We also run on a very regular basis demonstrations by our team members at multiple forums. If something is good, that gets attention of our CEO. So it also peps up our employees to kind of say, yes, I went and presented something to the CEO. So we just have multiple layers which help employees be curious. We encourage it. We actually do not snub any ideas. So when somebody comes on board, we say we don't want you to be a culture fit. We want you to be a culture add, because that's what helps him to think about things out of the box. Okay? So some of the things that we do.
So, that was some fantastic learning, because I once asked my wife about, the credit card bill, and the only thing she told me is that curiosity kills the cat, and that's why I am the way I am. But I'm definitely going to, curiosity is the germ of great ideas. I'm going to use it, and if you don't see me the next time, you know what happened to me. But that being said, I'm just wondering that, while we talked about employees who are still proprietary to us as, parent organizations, eventually we all live in a connected ecosystem. And that being said, I think the extended family is not just us as employers and, our teams, but also our vendors and partners. Now, especially in a remote working environment, how do you really bring that spark and continue that spark in your extended connected ecosystem? And, I'm sure a lot of you face this problem, because you may have had fantastic partners at some point in time who have suddenly gone cold, and you don't know what to do with them because maybe you have long-term contracts with them. So, some ideas on that would be very helpful to the members of the audience. Ganesh?
Sure. Yeah, I think, most of the time, we are the vendors for the clients. So we play that role in the whole ecosystem. But yes, of course, in that role that we play, we engage different vendors. So for example, IT support, right, is one of the vendor ecosystem that we work with closely. And in the pandemic times, they were the people actually who were on the field, right? So giving them tools which help them to basically remotely manage machines, right, or basically fix issues, right, was one of the things that we actively looked into, so that they don't have to travel, right, and they can fix machines remotely. But most of the time, basically, because we play a role of the vendor for most of our clients as an outsourcing company for digital product engineering. And they depended a lot on, we contributing in a very agile way, right, to contribute towards rolling out the solutions. And that's where we basically, had to engage our teams to work, for keeping the users and customers of the clients that we work in, right? So I think we used to run, we have an initiative inside which is called Thinking Breakthroughs, which helps people to engage in a very nice manner to kind of immerse into the domain in which, or the area in which, the solution is being built, and then to basically, think from the shoes of, or step into the shoes of the users and customers, and then come up with solutions, right? At the same time, we have a concept of, continuous improvement, right? That whatever, the teams are doing, have a kind of an engineered way to evolve excellence around it, however small it is, right? So the same thing basically, we took it at various integration points, right? Wherever we are dealing with the vendors, that, okay, you don't have to make a quantum jump, but let's, work together, right, in terms of basically making that incremental improvement. And I think, and then we extended our, kind of COVID support services to our vendor ecosystem also, right? Which they felt that, they are, treating us as part of their own family, right? So that kind of a basically coming together and helping each other, right? And addressing the human need part, right? Resulted in a good bonding, and which helped us to basically, function in a very smooth way, right?
Rama, any thoughts from you in terms of, creating the spark across your vendor ecosystem? And also, you have a lot of top-notch blue chip clients across the world. So any ideas that sparked the client in terms of, further innovation internally, which kind of added value to your entire relationship with them?
I think Ganesh touched on it towards the end of his response, which is both are, so first of all, we stopped using the word vendor. For us, everybody's a partner. So we are partners to our customers, and our vendors, so to say, are partners to us. And the entire thought process here is, together, how do you make sure your customers focus on their core competency and you become an enabler for them? End of the day, they're not buying software because that is what they do. They're using software as an enabler to further and accelerate their programs. So how do we participate, understand their vision? Similarly, how do we get our partner ecosystem to understand our vision, which is very closely tied to the customer vision, is really what we've been really focused on. So this year, as an example, and for many of you who may have heard of SaaS, may not have heard of SaaS, we are an analytics company. We've been in the industry for about 41 years, still privately owned, still run by the same person who started it. And we have all been market leaders for pretty much last 20 years or so, and defined the space in a big way. So as you can imagine, our customers have walked the same journey as we have alongside us. And our technology is not the most modern in some sense, and we've been trying to evolve and make sure we are also cloud-enabled, which means our customers have to think about it very different. Our partners have to understand this, what it means to them. So our KRA across the board is modernization. It's not just modernization for us, but the other two pillars here are partner modernization and customer modernization. So we almost made that a goal across the board. And every town hall, every meeting, you hear this again and again. So we kind of reinforce it that way.
So, Rama, actually, you've kind of laid a precursor to my next question, because, across various forums that were going on digitally across this entire last 2 years, where, this term, new normal, was done to death, has now morphed into the next new. Okay, so if you start this trend, you heard it right here. Okay, so the next new is the next cat buzzword in terms of technology and everything going forward post the pandemic. But that being said, I think one of the things that we've all experienced as, as clients, as employers, as suppliers, is the change in behavior of both employees as well as customers. Okay, so maybe pre-COVID, I think by nature, we were a lot more patient as a population and as, as a culture. But I think a certain bit of Jim Morrison has kind of gone into each of us, where he said that we want the whole world and we want it now. So what have you seen, especially in the behavior of your customers as well as your employees? And more so in the employee space, because I mean, we were just discussing that every guy who comes to the table to negotiate seems to have 4 offers in his hand. I mean, I want to be one of them as well, but I never seem to be, cutting a break. So I want to know what are these, strategies that people are using to kind of, use innovation to get these 4 offers, as well as, how are we kind of sparking this cultural change in our customers as well? So, Rama?
As I said, I think one of the focus of the entire organization is to take our customers forward, enable them to get the benefits of cloud, because on-prem comes at a cost to them, right? They have to have IT engineers. They need to have people who understand the latest and greatest technology, not to mention hardware, capital expenditure. The first step that we did is said we will host it for you. It's like doing baby steps. And then we really want to get to a software as a service, which means even the usage, consumption, the way we price is very much tuned to what their usage patterns are. So modernization has become everybody's goal across the board, right? Everything that we are doing today from a delivery point of view is, can you migrate your customers? Are you sure you're giving those features that is going to get them to where they need to be? Is our product going to be there by the end of the year? It's a fairly aggressive goal for software that's been written over 40 years, but that's what we are targeting. But I want to come back and answer the other question. From a pre-COVID perspective to now, we are definitely seeing all our customers want to accelerate their digitization programs. They really want software to become more and more an enabler, and they want to use it hands-free, as I call it. They don't have to meddle with it. It should just work, solve their problem, give them the analytics so they can decide where they need to invest, expand, so on and so forth. From an engineering and support perspective, historically, very escalated customers, our solution was send somebody on site, right? But COVID completely threw that out of track. You couldn't send anybody, but you still had to solve their problem. If their site is not up, you can't say, wait till COVID is over. That's many, many months. In this case, it was 2 years. So employees also got very creative on how to do remote troubleshooting, right? So to me, that's another way to look at innovation. Innovation is not always in the product cutting edge. It is how do you solve the problems in a manner that addresses today's issues. So I think our employees have become very creative in debugging, understanding, given a certain scenario, what does it mean, where to look without asking an on-site visit. So that's another change in behavior to answer your question.
So Ganesh, the same question to you, and before the session you were actually talking about some innovative ways of not retaining employees as well. So, we'd love to hear that, maybe it'll give some ideas to the audience in terms of, how not to be pushed into a corner.
I was just talking to Kaiser that some of the directors, I told them, if somebody comes with a resignation, just accept it and say, okay, thank you. So that the other 4 get a message, well, there may be no negotiation actually. It may be accepted. Anyways, so jokes apart, well, it worked actually, by the way. So I think, coming to the new normal part actually, it's amazing actually. The way people have, adopted to the new normal, and the way the clients have adopted actually, and the pace at which the delivery is happening, right? It's mind-boggling, right? There was so much of demand and there was so much of, high productivity delivery in the organization, we almost doubled our strength in the past 2 years, and we're the fastest growing software services company in the world now, right? So there are various aspects to it actually. One is that, the sitting next to each other, nudge for, brainstorming or debugging or something like that, people adopted to the new way of doing it actually. So, there were new tools, of course, related to collaborations that were picked up. But even in terms of, learning across the organization, the sharing of that, instead of basically going through structured training programs, we started to do more of, unstructured training programs, where people will come and share their experiences on whether basically following a lead or whether basically working on a complex architecture or working on a solution for a given use cases and so on and so forth. So there is no structured curriculum. Of course, we have something called Nagarro University, which runs, structured training programs. But this was, an innovative way of basically, getting people engaged into the learning, right? Other is basically, we're very passionate about engineering, and we run, engineering excellence initiatives. And, extending to what Rama was sharing about enablers, we always tell people that technology is just an enabler for our clients. You have to understand the other pieces of it, right? The business that they are in. So we started to do, workshops around that, because once you get the domain knowledge, it brings a lot of tacit knowledge when you're discussing a, user story with the client. And that basically saves a lot of effort of the client to trying to explain to you and makes the implementation very fast, right? That's one. Second is basically that, you don't have to make a quantum jump, right, in terms of improving, the engineering parameters, whether it is defect density or whatever, right, code coverage and so on. Take baby steps, right? And we have we implemented a very interesting gamified, badge system where, they get to showcase, right, that they have gold, bronze, silver, or gold star. But at the same time, it pushes them to do more, right? So they bond together, right? Because it becomes a kind of an interesting, fun game for them, right, to, excel in the engineering part. But it's not just the engineering we call, then we associate a senior person who is external to the team, not in the direct line of reporting, and we call them as excellence enablers, right? So they interact with the team, and the team freely discusses with them, okay, whether the client is not able to articulate the requirements properly, or basically they don't have the right kind of tool to, measure the code coverage, right? Or basically, there are a lot of churn in the team, there are new people, and the KT is not proper, right? All those kind of things, and this seasoned person, then in a very nice, caring manner, explains to them, right, that what could be the way to go. But this is not a prescription, right? This is just a guidance, right? So people are very free to openly debate whether, this thing should be done or the other thing should not be done. So that creates a very kind of a collaborative environment, but at the same time, a valued guidance is going from a senior person to the team. And that makes it very powerful combination, right? So the new normal is really exciting, right? And we are surprised to see, how teams are able to collaborate, not amongst themselves, but also with the clients, right? And it's going at a very super crazy pace.
So thank you, Rama, and thank you, Ganesh. I think the direction that we took in this discussion was slightly different. I'm sure the audience kind of liked it because it wasn't necessarily, a lot of tech, but, what do we as leaders and as people who are leading other people in a connected ecosystem, I mean, what are some of the tools that we use to actually bring out the best in everything that we have with the resources available? So with that, I'd like to wrap up the session. Thank you, Ganesh, once again. Thank you, Rama. And thank you to the audience for smiling and being very attentive. So thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Kazad, for that very interesting insight and for all the new jargons that have come our way. So next new, intuitive innovation. Don't ask about credit card bills. So we'll bring the session to an end, but there's a little token of appreciation that I'd like to give to all our panelists. So Kazad, can you do the honors first, please? Yeah. First one's for Guys are the last ones for you from me.
Oh, lovely. I actually get something.
And we finally got a break here.
Thank you. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I get something too. I also got it. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, guys, let's keep it rolling, please. They've done a wonderful job for last 25 minutes. We can clap for a few minutes at least. Okay. So are you all settling in, getting in rhythm with what's happening here? The first session's already over, it's 40 minutes into it, and I don't see a single yawn, single looking here or there, or fubbing on happening here, right? Fubbing is a different word, you know that, right? Okay, all right, so we have a session coming up. It's a different kind of a plenary session. It's going to have a casual element to it. It's a story of a very inspiring individual where sheer tenacity has kind of led the way to a success story which is very different, and I'd like to let the moderator talk more about it. So we have a very interesting moderator in the house. Is he here, first of all? Okay, we're going to get him called in, so I'll wait for him to come in. Till then, maybe we can play Antakshari or something. Anybody wants to start? Okay. All right. Okay, till he comes, then I'll just go around talking, right? That's what I like to do. So for me personally, it's a great honor to be here on this stage, because last time there was a Nasscom Tech Conclave and I was sitting in the audience and I was like, oh wow, somebody is anchoring the plenary session, and this has got a lot of interesting people in it, people I'll meet in my future interview rounds, and some of my future bosses, and with 4 breaks also. So, you know, you might be the number 1 who I select. So take a good look at me, because you know, we might be sitting across people and you might be negotiating with me sometimes. So, yeah, so. So we have the celebrity in the house, and we have our moderator also in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep it rolling. Our moderator for the day. So I'd like to quickly introduce a very interesting personality. He anchored the last plenary session actually, and I invited him, and now he's sitting here and I'm doing it. So thank you for that. Okay, so we have Paresh Degawkar, who will be moderating the fireside chat with Mr. Pravin Tambe. Okay, let me introduce Paresh to you first. Paresh is the Director of Business Development at Prohance, a Nasscom mentored workplace analytics platform. Prior to that, he's been a part of Nasscom. That's where I saw him do this thing here. For over 11 years, where he led the GSE and the BPM forums nationally. He's also worked extensively in the rural space while working with an IIT Chennai incubated startup. It helped in providing computer education and internet connectivity in small towns and villages. But all work and no play is not the scene here. So Paresh here is a very passionate cricketer. He's into motorcycling and cooking, but I don't think those are the stories you're going to cover today, right? All right, so without taking too much time, Paresh, all yours.
Thank you so much, Amit. That was wonderful, short and crisp. The most encouraging, satisfying time of that, out of that introduction was the time I spent at Nasscom. It was over 11 years, right? And I think nothing has been better for me in my whole career than those 11 years I spent here. I think this is more like a ghar wapsi for me of sort. Thank you to Prasad, Kalpesh, the entire Nasscom team who got me here. And no better time and opportunity to come here than to share the stage with somebody I really admire and have huge respect for the achievements that he has and the way he's worked up the ladder, right? It's just phenomenal. He's a very humble person, extremely down to earth. With all the achievements that he has, I think he's a wonderful human being. So, you know, it would be not right on my part really to introduce Pravin Tambe, because what the greatest cricketer in the world has said about him, I think we should hear that so we know what the greatest of the greatest in the world think and talk about Pravin. Can we have the video, please?
I'd just like to share another story of someone I've had the privilege of playing with and getting to know over the last couple of years, who for me, you know, I think signifies passion on a cricket field. And no, I mean, a lot of times people come here and expect me to talk about, Tendulkar and Lakshman and Ganguly and Kumble's, and they're all great cricketers, and I've played with a lot of them, and they all, had some amazing qualities. But the story that I like to tell is about Pravin Tambe. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of him over the last couple of years at the IPL. And Pravin, was a budding sort of leg spinner as a 20-year-old. And he played 20 years of cricket in the Maidans in Mumbai, never getting an opportunity to actually represent Mumbai at any level, no first-class level, no junior level, nothing. Pravin Tambe didn't get a single opportunity to play any game. But he kept bowling, he kept playing in every single game, and that's really, really hard. Believe me, when you have to go and play in some of the grounds in the Maidans and do it constantly, day in, day out, year after year, year after year, it gets extremely hard. It gets really difficult, and you need to have a different kind of drive to be able to do that. But Pravin did that. And a couple of years ago, we were looking for a leg spinner. We were looking for a leg spinner to play in the Rajasthan Royals team. And Pravin came to our nets. Pravin came to our nets. And, I heard one of the younger guys actually say, who's this uncle who's come to our nets? And Pravin was 41 years old at that stage. He was 41 years old. And we decided to pick Pravin Tambe in our squad. I got a call the next day from our CEO saying, what are you doing? You've picked a 41-year-old guy. Are you crazy? I mean, we're the Rajasthan Royals. We're supposed to promote young players. And I said, no, I mean, there's something in this guy that me and the other coaches had seen, that we believed in that year and a half that he actually sat out and didn't get an opportunity to play in the 11. He spent hours and hours practicing. He would be the first to take the cricket ball at 41, the last to leave it. He would be at every single practice session, whether it was optional or not. He was there every single day. He was there at every single gym training session. And for me, that is passion. I mean, you hear about great stories and great people, but to play 20 years without no recognition, to just keep playing in gully cricket, in Maidan cricket, to still have the desire and the hunger to keep doing it again and again, to have the attitude to come into an environment that gives you the opportunity to learn and grow and improve, and to grab it with both hands as a 41-year-old was, I think, a great lesson of passion to so many of the young players who are 18, 19, 20, 21 in our team, looking out to make a career. And I think that for me was, probably one of the greatest lessons in.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, Pravin Tambe. Sir, it's a fascinating story. I got goosebumps every word that came out of Rahul Dravid's mouth, right? And it's a phenomenal story, sir. But did you ever, in your wildest dreams, dreamt about this? Did you ever think that you will get the kind of recognition and appreciation you got from the greatest cricketer in the world? Did you ever think about this, ever?
First of all, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I have never thought about all these things in my life, because if I think about all these things, I might have not came where I am now, actually. So I love this game, actually, sports, so much that I was not thinking about anything, but I was knowing that if I work hard towards my goal, I think I will achieve everything in my life. And I think these words coming from the legend itself, like Rahul Dravid, mean a lot to me. But yeah, I have never thought about this in my life before. I thought only one thing: if you work hard towards your goal, I think you can achieve anything in your life.
I think that's a great message. I don't know how many of you have read The Winning Edge by Harsha Bhogle, and there's a beautiful line in that which says, if you put a goal to your dreams, I mean, if you put a deadline or a date to your dreams, they become goals, right? I think in your case, it was very, very similar, right? You had a clear goal in mind, you knew what you were doing, very passionate, and that is why I think you're here where you are. But as we heard, right, he's been a tennis ball cricketer almost half of your career, right? And tennis ball cricket, I don't know how many of you played real tennis ball cricket, it's a tough one. It's a very injury-prone kind of a game, shoulders get hurt, it's not easy. And Pravin never actually played for any state level, be it under 19. I think you made it to 14, 15, you were in the cut, but I don't think that was done. But under 19, under 23, he never made the cut. It's most of the boys would actually give up, and go back. But what was it that really kept you going? I heard it was a passion for the love of the game, but what more? How did you really go every day, day in, day out? Even we here at corporates, right, we get bored with the same work that we do day in, day out. So something has to be more than really what you did.
I don't know, when it comes to cricket, I forgot everything actually, you know. So I was not thinking about anything. I was just thinking about playing the sports. And I know if I keep playing the sports, I think, but at the same time, playing the sports, you got life as well. So yes, I was married as well. I got family. So I was not thinking about, like, you know, quitting this game, because I love this game. I was so much passionate about this game. So I thought that time, like, you know, if I keep balance both the things, like, you know, I think no one will stop me playing this sports. So I was just wanted to play these sports, and to play these sports, I don't want anyone to stop me playing these sports. Like, because when you got a family, you have to look after. If I won't look after my family, then there will be a problem, yeah? So that's what in my mind, if I balance both these things in my life, I think I can achieve whatever I want to. And just thinking nothing about anything else in life, wanted to play these sports and just look after my family doing that. And I kept just playing these sports.
I think you've achieved much more than anybody would do at the age that you did, and it was wonderful. So I spoke to a lot of people before coming here and did some homework about you, sir. I'm sorry for that, but I did kind of look up what you did. Spoke with a lot of fellow players that he's played with. It is almost like a script that came out. The words that they used for you were so common. I mean, everybody, I spoke to Satish Samant and Hemant Kenikar, Rajesh, and so many. These are real big players in Bombay cricket. I mean, in Pune, we might not know them, but the words that came out for you were the same. He's passionate, wo chhodta nahi hai, last ball tak lage rahega, kuch bhi ho jaye, he'll be on the field. So it's a little of a surprise for you here. We have a little video from one of your very close friends and co-cricketers. So I think we can just have that video here and let's hear what he has to say about you.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon everyone at the Nasscom Center. I've been told to speak about my very good friend Pravin Tambe. When I hear this name, Pravin Tambe, the only thing that comes to my mind is passion and hunger to succeed. I have seen his journey from a tennis ball cricketer to where he has reached today. I mean, he has been successful at IPL levels, he has been successful at the Champions League levels, even in the global T20 leagues, he has been very successful. And today, a movie has been made on his name, on the journey that he has gone through. I know that journey was very tough. I've been seeing him as a club cricketer in Mumbai. He was performing really well at every stage, wherever he got an opportunity. Wherever he played, he was performing to the best of his abilities. He was picking up 5 wickets as the ball was thrown at him by the captain. I recall so many instances where in the last over, the team required some 4-5 runs and they had 4-5 wickets in hand. Pravin comes, delivers, and picks up those 4-5 wickets and wins the match for his team. I recall when he was picked up for Mumbai, it was fairly late. It was at the age of 42 that he was picked for Mumbai. First in the one-dayers when we were together we had toured to Vizag. I recall that incident. He didn't get an opportunity to play, but the coach was so excited to see his enthusiasm, the way he was helping out his teammates, even though he was not playing the match. But still, we could see the happiness on his face. We could see that he was determined to make a contribution into the team. And eventually, when he got his opportunity later in his career, I mean, he's a late bloomer. He's a late bloomer. But then when he got his opportunity, my God, what he made out of that opportunity. It's just amazing. Pravin, today, when I see the movie that was made on your life story, it's truly inspiring for many people. I mean, any cricketer who dreams of playing for the country or for an IPL or for his state team, the kind of determination, the kind of dedication, the kind of commitment Pravin has shown, I mean, that is the benchmark. And we have truly been witness to it. And I recall those incidents when we used to travel by trains, we used to travel by buses for the games. The only thing that we had was the passion for the game. And Pravin, I truly salute you for whatever you have achieved today. And all the best for your life. Hey, hi everyone.
the gentleman who was speaking here is an ex-India player. He's played ODIs for India. He's a very well-respected coach. He's a fast bowler himself. He was a bowling coach for Oman. He's now associated with the National Cricket Academy in Bangalore. I think you go back many, many years with Vishkar Salvi and many of these guys, right? But, you know, when I was talking to them, one thing that came out is Pravin is like a hardcore Khadus Mumbai cricketer. And let me tell you, Khadus in Mumbai is very different from what Khadus is in Pune. Okay, so Khadus in Mumbai cricket is a compliment. So I thought I should set the record straight. But that is what came out from everywhere. Yeah, Khadus banda hai yaar, chhodta nahi hai. Last ball tak lage rahega. So, you know, that's the kind of stuff. Do you really think you are like that real Khadus guy who wants to win at any cost and do what it needs for the team? And
Yeah, definitely. I think if you are not Khadus, like what we call in Mumbai, it's Khadus cricketer. Jiddi hai, chhodta nahi hai. That's what I like to do when I was on the field. Even when I'm working for any firm, I like to be the center of attraction, because when I play for a team, I think I play as a team. I don't focus on my own performance. I focus on my team performance always. And I think that have helped me in my life. I never thought about my own performance. I always thought about my team. What my team will get benefit if I perform this, like at this level. So my team come first whenever I play the game. So I think that keeps me going ahead in my life. Because if your thoughts are like that, I think your teammates also help you going forward, actually. So that was in my mind. Whenever I go to play the sports, I think I wanted to be a match winner for my team. So that attitude always is there in me. And now also, I've stopped playing at the higher level, but the thing is, I want to be a coach now. So I want to be a fit coach. So that's keep motivates me, always. So yeah, that's what my thought process was. Always team has to come first. And I think that's what helped me.
That's wonderful. I think you have to shake his hands to know how fit he is really. I mean, he's a really fit guy, let me tell you this. So there's a very interesting story when I was talking to a few people who I know in the Rajasthan Royals scout. He had no idea that the Rajasthan Royal scout was actually tracking him down to every net session that he did and every match that he played in the Maidans in Mumbai. He had no clue that one of the biggest IPL teams, which Rahul Dravid was the captain and the mentor, was actually tracking him. He just played in the nets the way he always did. He performed at all the matches the way he always did. He gave his 100%, never bothering or knowing that somebody is actually looking for him. And then I think they called you to the nets. Rest is history, right? He was the oldest person ever to debut for an IPL team at the age of 41. Most people actually retire at that age and go in the comfort of a commentary box or coaching, but I think he just kept at it, right? I think that's a phenomenal feat for somebody to do at the age of 41. But once you got the call from Rajasthan Royals, Pravin, did your life change completely after that? I mean, till then, you were in oblivion, hardly anybody know you. Of course, people in Mumbai know you, but nobody else. How did the life change for you as a person? I'm sure for the family, your wife Vaishali, your kids, everybody. So how did you cope with that change in your life?
Actually, I wanted to share a small story before going into the squad. Actually, I was told by my management, you have to coach your team now. We will look for the youngsters. So I was a little bit down. I literally cried. So because I was always wanted to perform for a team. But at the end of the day, I was working for DY Patil. And I have to work, because management was behind me. They want me to be as a coach, but I wanted to play as a player. So I was not thinking about coaching the team. But I got this opportunity, you have to coach the team. But, always, if you work out towards your goal, opportunities comes to you. So that one opportunity, I was going to coach at that tournament at DY Patil, and one player got injured. Unfortunately, it's bad for him, but I know that if you work out towards your goal, opportunity comes to you. And that tournament, I played that tournament. And I played and I performed well. I got the best bowler in that tournament. And I was not knowing that Rajasthan Royal Scouts were there. So see, that's what happened. If you work towards your goal with, if you work towards your goal with passion and all, the opportunity comes to you. I was not going to play that tournament, actually. And I got that opportunity to play in that tournament. I performed, and I got, selected for the Rajasthan Royals. Yes, and I think IPL has given so much opportunities to the youngsters now. But I will call myself as a youngster that time because I got that opportunity that time. Yeah, and the life has changed, completely changed, because I was playing over the years in Mumbai cricket, never gave up on playing cricket ever. I tried to work hard towards my goal, and that's what happened actually, The fruits getting selected for Rajasthan Royals, represent Rajasthan Royal in IPL. Before playing any first class game, I have never played any first class game before. I played IPL first and then I got selected for Ranji Trophy. Yeah, but after that's what, my dream is to play Mumbai because anybody who plays in Mumbai, he wanted to represent for Mumbai team because I think Mumbai Ranji Trophy is as good as India, representing India. It's that tough to get into the Mumbai team. So my dream was to get into the Mumbai team. But IPL has given me an opportunity to play in IPL, and if I have performed there and I got an opportunity to play in Mumbai Ranji. So that's what, and my life changed, everyone started recognizing me, not as a player, but as a player who is 42 years old. So still that time I was never thought about my age because I never thought about, get old enough, to not to play this game. So yeah, the life has changed dramatically after playing in IPL. Everybody started recognizing me, and then I have played so many tournaments afterwards T10, then Caribbean Premier League. So yeah, the life has changed for me after IPL.
Wonderful. There's a very interesting story behind this. They call it Lady Luck, right? And I think it's true. Vaishali, his wife, never followed cricket. She doesn't understand anything about cricket is what I'm told. She's never seen anything. She never ever asked him a single question about what he's doing in cricket, where he's playing, which match, which team, nothing. I believe just 2 months before you got the call from Rajasthan Royals, I think she asked you, Pravin kab tak? Right? So that's why I said, Lady Luck. I think it's the good omen and that question got you there.
Yeah, because...
Is that a true story?
Yeah, that's true. That's true because over the years she saw me taking the bag, going to the office and then coming back, getting injured and everything, So same thing with my children. They were taking the bags and going always. So 1 month before the IPL, actually we were sitting, we always do that. When I come from the office, we used to sit because that's the time we got together, we are having our cup of tea. She asked me, कभी तक, कब तक और? क्योंकि हम लोग देख रहे हैं आपको जा रहे आ रहे, तो मैं बोला थोड़े दिन अब ऐसे करते मुझे एक्चुअली अभी 23 साल हो गया शादी को, बट 15 साल में ऐसे ही कर रहा था, नहीं अभी तक. So yeah, that's the true story because she asked me actually, honestly, 1 month before the IPL.
So all the men in the world have to believe Lady Luck does matter, and all the ladies you have to give whatever it takes, right? Well, that's a great story to have, sir. But his life, what I read and spoke to people, has always been twists and turns, ups and downs throughout. We all know he got selected in the Rajasthan Royals squad, but he didn't get a single game in that season. And it's difficult. Whether I'm going to get a game or not. Did you ever think, yahan tak to aa gaya hoon, par is it game, set, match for me now? Was that that feeling?
Yeah, because when I got selected for Rajasthan Royals, I have seen so many youngsters getting selected and they were kind of relaxed. But I was knowing, because everyone was saying that time about my age. So whenever I was waiting for an opportunity to play, and I think I played 2 games only that year for Rajasthan Royals. And that also, I insisted, I can perform at this level because I have not played any first-class game that time, and nobody was knowing whether I can perform at that level. But myself, I was having that confidence, actually, So in one meeting after 10, 15, 13 matches, I went to Rahul sir that I'm not afraid of anything. I'm just waiting for an opportunity. Just if I got an opportunity, I will perform. So yeah, it's very difficult to get into the team, like, IPL itself. You can go, you can get selected, but it's very difficult to get into the side. So I waited that year. I got an opportunity. I played 2 games and I did well. So yeah, it was hard for me that time because age was not in my side. So every game when I was playing, I was thinking about it will be my last game. Yeah, if I won't perform here, I won't be able to go and play the next game because age was not at my side. That's what all were thinking.
But age, I don't know, it's just a number. We keep saying this, but in a sportsman's life, it does matter. But it's not the age that went for him. It was his skills. I don't know how many saw the Champions Trophy, and they were in absolute disarray, the Rajasthan Royals team, and KKR would have easily got through. Pravin Tambe went and actually took a hat-trick, right? And that changed the game completely. And they were the likes of, in the Champions Trophy, they were the likes of Ravichandran Ashwin and Sunil Narayan, and these are legendary players. So, but Pravin Tambe actually stood out. He took more wickets and had more impact than what bigger, better known players actually had on the Champions Trophy. So did you ever kind of get intimidated? You can get intimidated, right, with these big names and stuff. Did it ever occur to you that I have come here with no first-class cricket experience, and I'm playing with the likes of Ashwins and Sunil Narayans of the world? So did that ever intimidate you by any way?
No, because I have played over the years, you can call gully cricket, but I think that's make me very tough playing those gully cricket and all. And I was confident about myself because over the years when I was performing, I was not thinking about anything. I just wanted to perform for my team. So that instinct was there within me. And I was knowing that only one thing will stop you performing. I think not in cricket, in anything in life. That is pressure. If you get that pressure, you won't perform. So that was in my mind. So I wanted to perform only without taking any pressure. So when I went that big level, all says, but I never thought it was a big level. It was a next game I'm going to play. And I performed like a normal cricket match, actually, And that's kept me going throughout. I never seen that Chris Gayle is batting or Sachin Tendulkar is batting in IPL against me. I never thought about. I thought about my process. Over the years, what I was doing, I have to come and just perform same thing over here. And if you do that, I think no one can stop you performing.
Fabulous. So you just mentioned Sachin Tendulkar. So Pravin Tambe also has the distinction of being called by the great Sachin Tendulkar to bowl him in the nets, right? And that is when Australia was touring and Sachin Tendulkar had to face Shane Warne. So he was one of the very few leg spinners that actually Tendulkar picked up to bowl him in the nets. So did you ever feel कि यार आज मैं क्रिकेट के भगवान के साथ खेल रहा हूँ? Getting into a same frame with the great man itself is like a lot. For you, he called you and said, come and bowl to me, I got to practice to face one. What kind of a feeling was it? I'm getting goosebumps.
Actually, that was a moment for every cricketer, bowling to master. He's a legend because everyone knows his performance. He has scored so many hundreds and runs, but the work he put on to score those runs is, we have seen, because he called me. I was a normal bowler, a leg spinner, and I think India were playing Australia that time, and I think the side games we called, practice matches, practice game, and I think he was representing Mumbai, Sachin sir. He was representing Mumbai, and he was knowing that Shane was going to bowl him in test match and in that game also. So he called all the leg spinners. So I was one of them to come and bowl him. So looking at this, he's a great player. You don't have to do that, but the efforts, the work he put in to get the perfect things, he told me to bowl around the wicket, leg spin behind his, legs and all, and he kept practicing hours and hours. So that itself, being a player who have not played any first class and called by Sachin sir, like it was great movement. But that one thing I have learned from the great master, like, never if you go at a higher level also, you have to work hard. So that's what he was doing, and that's what actually kept me going in my life, going forward, actually.
So one question, did you ever get him out? In the nets or in any match in age group cricket that maybe you have played together, ever?
Unfortunately, no. I couldn't get him out because I think everyone knows he's God. And for me also, he was God. So never mind. But I tried to get him out through his legs, but I couldn't. And unfortunately, in the IPL, in the finals, Champions League finals, he was against me. But I was going to bowl next over, and he got out in the first over. So unfortunately, I couldn't.
That's the chance he missed.
Yeah, that's the chance I missed.
Yeah. But there's a very interesting story about Sachin Tendulkar, and I'm digressing a bit, but once Brad Hodge was bowling to him, and he took Sachin Tendulkar's wicket. At the end of the match, Brad Hodge walked up to him and said, "Can you give me an autograph?" And people who know Tendulkar, he hates to lose, be it cricket, be it table tennis, be it running, skipping, whatever, he hates to lose. So Brad Hodge walks up to him and says, "Can you please give me an autograph?" And Sachin Tendulkar signs, and he says, "This will never happen again." Ever. And Sachin Tendulkar never, ever got out to Brad Hodge. Ever. So this is how legends are made of, right? This is how legends are made with the passion that they have for the game, the determination that they have just to go and perform and do it. I think it's a great feat that you were called there, sir. But if you ask me, and whatever I've read and spoken to many people, your greatest moment in your life was 25th of February 2013. This is what I think. When he actually wore the Lion's crest and the Ranji cap for Mumbai. 42. Was it dream come true? All the sacrifice, everything for that one moment.
Yeah, obviously, actually, over the years, I worked so hard to get there, And when I got that cap from, actually, Wasim Zafar was our captain, tears comes, everyone was silent in that room because I was literally crying, holding that cap, I'm a very emotional person. I'm holding my actually emotions now. But yeah, that was the moment for me because over the years, everyone, there were so many hurdles in my life. I fought against them. Even I played IPL, I was not happy. But holding that Lions cap in my hand from Wasim Zafar, that was the moment for me. Holding that cap itself brings all the memories which I've seen, over the years, getting there. My family, my friends, because everyone was there, for me. So it was not my only effort, single person's efforts. It was everybody's efforts. And that brings tears in my eyes that time, because I have did that for all of them.
So I fall short of words very few times in my life, and I think this is one of those. I think it's a great story. What he's done to cricket, to youngsters, and how they should go, it's phenomenal. What next?
See, next is I wanted to involve in this game only. I wanted these youngsters to understand this game, not only this game, but going forward in life, actually, I got my academy now. I wanted to be a coach, and I wanted to produce so many cricketers for India. So that's my, dream, to produce so many cricketers. Not only cricketers, I know, but it's very hard to get into the team. But I want each and every person who comes in my academy to be a humble person, a really humble person, because I think if you are humble enough, if you work hard towards a goal, if you won't get chance to play cricket like what you want, but I think he can achieve anything in your life, anything in his life, I think. But to go ahead in life, you have to be a very humble person. And that's what I'm trying to teach them, not only cricket, but how to go in your life. If you are humble enough, you can achieve everything in your life. So that's what my like, goal in going forward in life? Want to be a coach who guide all the youngsters going forward in their life.
So we wish you become the Rahul Dravid for many, that Rahul Dravid was for you. One more very interesting thing, and so he runs an academy, and when I was chatting up with him, he says he doesn't take fees from women cricketers, the girls that come to him. That is simply phenomenal, and we wish you all the success. I'm sure you'll keep doing well. We have seen some side of the story, but I'm sure the audience have a few questions if we have time. If we can pass on the mics, maybe we can, please. Of course, I think there'll be somebody passing on the mics there, and that's good. You're good. You're good, sir. Please go ahead.
One simple question, of course, I have now a father of two grown-up adult girls, but something your parents must have taught you to be like this, Pravin. I mean, like you are a periodic table ka the rare earth, you know, yeah, something like that. So please tell us, आपके माता पिता ने आपको क्या सिखाया था? And some of the youngsters will tell that to children.
जैसे कि मैं मिडिल क्लास फैमिली हूँ और कुछ नहीं, मैं जो भी हूँ आज मेरे मम्मी डैडी की वजह से हूँ, क्योंकि उनकी जो शिक्षा दी है मुझे, मम्मी ने जो मुझे छड़ी बोलते हैं अभी आज के इसमें वो वेद की छड़ी नहीं है, बट वही कमी है. बट वॉट एवर आई एम बिकॉज ऑफ माई मॉम एंड डैड एक्चुअली, आई थिंक द पेरेंट्स आर द बिग पार्ट टू प्ले इन players' life actually, My mom and dad are the biggest inspiration for me, because my dad told me how to work hard towards your life, and my mom says me like, education is compulsory. So yeah, I have done my degree because of my mom, and whatever I achieve, my role model is my dad. So yeah, because of them, the hard work they have put in me, whatever I have achieved, I have dedicated to them only.
So it's very interesting. In my introduction here, the name that I've written for him is Pravin Vijay Jyoti Tambe.
Hi, Pravin. I see that there is one paradigm shift happen in your life where you initially started your career with the medium pace bowler, and then something was happened and you need to change totally your domain from the medium pace to the spin bowling. How did you accept that change first, and what drive to you to accept that change? Okay, because it's a very big decision where it's happen in everyone's life where we need to take some decision. We are in the comfort zone from the long time, okay, and then we need to change. So how did you accept that change, and then then you become the legend of that?
Yeah, very good question, because everyone knows I have performed well in IPL as a leg spinner. But I used to bowl fast bowling. But as earlier I said, I'm a team man. My team come first when I play these sports. So I was bowling fast bowling, and I think Mumbai wicket doesn't help fast bowlers a lot. So the game which I was playing, it was a spinning track, and I bowled some 2-3 overs. I couldn't get the wickets, and my captain came to me, and he said, because in the tennis ball I used to bowl leg spin. So he said, you in the tennis ball, you bowl leg spin. Can you bowl leg spin with this leather ball? So I said, why not? Because if it helps our team to get some wickets, I can bowl. As I said, I want to perform. I want to be a match winner. And that time and that game, my team needed me to bowl leg spin, which I was bowling with the tennis ball. So I said, yeah, I will try my best to get the wicket. And I think in that game, I got 3 wickets. And we won that game. And to be honest, I really started enjoying bowling leg spin, because my height is 5.65 now. And being a fast bowler, you need a height also. So running from 15, 16 yards, giving everything, I said, like running from 4 or 5 steps and getting wicket, getting this ball to dance both ways, and I'm getting wickets, so why not? So I'll better stick to that.
हेलो प्रवीण सर, मेरा नाम वरुण है. मेरी बेटी.
The next question will be from from some lady, okay? And
Okay.
that's what we are going to
Fine.
do.
So I hope
please go ahead,
I will
sorry.
continue. So मेरी बेटी माही है, वो cricket खेलती है. I hope maybe one day she is currently playing under 19 from Maharashtra. So she is also practicing in Pune itself. And the coach is your friend Harshad Patel, if you remember him from your old days. मेरा क्वेश्चन आपको फिटनेस को लेकर है. मैं आपको इंस्टाग्राम में फॉलो करता हूँ. मैंने आपके अभी रिसेंट वीडियो ग्रीन टी शर्ट में मैं देखता हूँ. आप आर वी स्टिल डूइंग इट रेगुलरली एंड हाउ यू कीप योर सेल्फ स्टिल सो फिट एंड व्हाट आर द डिफरेंट थिंग्स दैट यू आर डूइंग एज कम्पेयर टू अदर यंगस्टर just to keep you fit? That's the main problem. I want to give message to my daughter because
Be fit, right?
yeah, just for the
Nothing
fitness.
actually. I always say that ghar ka khana is very good because nowadays I think diet plans, everything comes. But I think if you are good enough to eat sober, I will say sober means whatever home food she eats, I think it will help her rather than going for a very good diet plan. Because I think in our day-to-day life, if you eat normal, if you are a vegetarian or if you are a non-vegetarian, if you eat home food also, it will help her to go ahead, like, you know. But you have to eat, I said sober, like, you know, you should know what to eat and what to not. And for that, I don't think you have to get any diet plan. If she is eating nicely home food, I think she will be fit. That's what I am doing actually. I started eating little bit concerned about food after, like, you know, 42 when I played IPL. Before that, I was eating home food only, and now also I'm eating home food only. So I think better not to get dietitian and all, like,
Okay,
you know.
fine.
Just tell her to eat home food, but sober.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And I follow you from your match one. Sanjay Manjrekar said the same word, khadus, because आपके एक ओवर में एक मिसफील्ड से रन गया था और you were very angry in your first match. So संजय मंजरेकर ने कहा था कि ये अभी भी मुंबई गली का क्रिकेटर है, एक बॉल भी, एक रन भी एक्स्ट्रा नहीं था, बहुत कंजूस बॉलर है, ऐसा बोला था उन्होंने आपके लिए.
Pravin, first of all, it's an honor to meet you in person, and I, have a similar emotion. I could see that your eyes are still wet, and I am somehow controlling my emotions. Similar to your wife's, background, that she has no clue about cricket. I'm one of those, and it's quite embarrassing. But that's what, or that's who I am. I don't follow cricket. It's only through my father before my marriage, and now it's because of my brother-in-law that I get to see or I understand who the Sachins or who the who the Dravids, etc. are. I've known Pravin Tambe just through this movie, which I saw. And again, sorry, but I was not, or I did not know who this, who this legend is. Okay, and thanks to Shreyas because he actually played your role to the core. And even through the interviews, I got to know you, who you are as a person. And from that day, I've been looking at the videos, I'm reading, who this guy Pravin Tambe is, And, hats off, okay? And so this is just a comment. One thing that you really said was about that whenever you go, when you are on the ground, you actually play with a thing that today is going to be my last day, or I won't get that day tomorrow. And I guess this is a life lesson for all of us, living the life, what we are living today, not thinking that tomorrow you will be able to see, because that's what the ground reality is, that we actually are not even, it's so unpredictable that we don't know if we'll be able to see the day tomorrow. So that's one life lesson that I've learned, and it will be with me throughout my life, and I'm going to, obviously preach about it, because I've seen you talking about it. The person whom I started admiring only after I saw you through this movie, all right? One personal question that I really wanted to know, because in that movie, there was a lot of things that was shown, and your hardships are seen, everything was seen around. But your wife and your mother, those are your pillars, is what I could see in the movie, and I hope that's how it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, because as a man, I would really want you to talk about it, in terms of, because there is a pressure, because you being the, man of the house, you're always, you're obviously expected to earn. There is a set of expectation, you have your family, you have your elder brother, you have your kids, living in Mumbai. And in that movie, multiple times it's been, it's been shown that your wife and your mother, jaan ke piche pade hue hain. Ki bas kar yaar, ab it's like enough, take care of your family, take care of your kids now. But the moment you are out of the house, you are a player. How easy was it for you to shift that, that mindset? कि अब घर हो गया, तामझाम है मेरे साथ. I am going to live with it, but I am focused towards my goal. And I'm going to, because on the ground, you obviously need that dedication, you obviously need that focus. How easy was, how easy it was for you to shift that? Because ground pe to obviously wo dikh ke nahi aa raha tha, but at the back of the mind, as a man, what was going through? And how did you really overcome it?
How easy or how difficult?
Obviously, it was not.
Thank you.
Obviously, it was not easy, but that's what I was thinking that time, because if anyone can stop me playing these sports, is my wife and my mom, right? So I wanted to balance both the things, I was knowing if I won't work, I won't be looking after my family. So I was doing any work which I was getting that time, because it was hard to get work that time in Mumbai also. So I was sure that I will work anywhere. So if doing that, I won't be getting anything from my wife. She won't say anything because I was working. Same thing with mom. She wanted me to work. So I was working, I was doing the job. And believe me, when I keep my feet on the ground, I forgot everything. I don't have my mom, my wife, my children, believe me.
It's not that easy.
Yeah, but believe me, today also when I step on that ground, I forgot everyone. Honestly, I just see, if I'm bowling, I see just batsmen. And if I'm fielding, I see that's 10 players of mine and the 2 batsmen. So that was my thinking every time when I go on the field. And when I off the field.
So, Pravin, your wife is in Pune. Is she there in the audience anywhere?
I told her to just don't come.
I see. But we should give a big round of applause to his family, his wife, mother, brother, kids, everyone.
One last thing is that, after the movie was over, and because my brother-in-law, he's a great fan of cricket, and he obviously knows Pravin Tambe, who is. And after the movie, I just went, we were just talking casually, and it's like, who was this Pravin Tambe guy?
The name of the movie is Kon Pravin Tambe, by the way. So it starts like that.
Of course.
And then everybody knew who he was.
Of course. And then I'm just going to this guy. I'm just going to my brother-in-law, and like, Bhabhi, aapko Pravin Tambe pata nahi hai? I was like, nahi pata yaar. And it was such an embarrassing situation for me, and that is where the trigger was, कि मुझे इस बंदे के बारे में जानना है, okay? And just one favor or one help that I need from you is, before you leave this room, I want to click a picture with you, and I want to show my brother-in-law कि I met this guy today.
Definitely.
Thank you so much.
So any more, maybe 1 or 2 max. Are we done? Okay, one for the road.
I just wanted to ask, to continue that story on chai, when you said your wife asked you kab tak, what was your answer? I mean, was it a silent moment, or did you actually say so? What can someone say to this kind of a question?
Actually, वो शाहरुख खान का डायलॉग आया था, जब तक है जा, जब तक है जा. नहीं.
Thought so. Thank you so much.
Obviously, actually मुझे खेलना था, तो मुझे उधर तभी आंसर नहीं था. मगर उसको मैं जो भी एक हस्बैंड और वाइफ की पटाने की बात होती है, वो ऐसे पटा लिया था.
Of course. Thank you for inspiring all of us.
Thank you.
There are too many hands. I don't know whether the organizers are okay. Prasad,
Hello.
Kalpesh, can we have some more?
Can I take one?
Okay.
Namaste, Pravin sir.
Hello.
Abhijit, namaste. सर, एक क्विक क्वेश्चन है. हम सभी ने आपकी मूवी देखी है, जिसमें आपके सक्सेस और फेलियर को दिखाया गया है. हर दिन आपको क्या मोटिवेट करता था उस फेलियर को ओवरकम करके नेक्स्ट दिन सेम पेस में परफॉर्म करने के लिए? फेलियर को कैसे आपने फेस किया है?
देखो, मुझे एक पता था कि जब तक तुम में जिद हो कुछ भी करने की, तो फेलियर तो लाइफ में आते ही रहेंगे, क्योंकि हमेशा आपको सक्सेस ही नहीं मिलता है, फेलियर भी मिलता है. तो मुझे ये पता था, क्योंकि जब भी आप अपने लाइफ में जाते हो आगे, तो आप किसी और से कम्पीट नहीं करते हो, अपने आप से ही कम्पीट करते रहते हो. इट्स ऑलवेज यू अगेंस्ट यू. तो वो मुझे पता था. तो
Okay, so last question. So I'm a big fan of cricket and big fan of Rahul Dravid as well. And I got to know about you from this video that has been played initially. So my question is, how's Rahul Dravid? first. And second, and second is what takes to convince Rahul Dravid to play. So you were in Rajasthan Royals team, but what it takes to get into the playing 11?
See, I don't have to say anything about Rahul sir because everyone knows what he is. And actually he is the same what you all think. Very down-to-earth person, very soft-spoken. And I was knowing if I go to him to say that I want to play, it won't happen because he knows game very well than me. When I went to him, he was very soft-spoken. I was knowing I won't get that bamboo from him. So I went to him and just asked, because I played this game from so many years, even though I was not played at the highest level, but I went to him and I just convinced him that I am with the team. Obviously, whatever the selections are, very good. But I just wanted him to know that I am not afraid of anyone because I have not played any single first-class game before. So I thought something in his back of his mind that he might afraid about the opponents, looking at the big names. So I just wanted to know him, okay, I am not afraid of anyone. If I get an opportunity, I will perform. So it was easy because everyone knows he was very soft-spoken. But he said one thing to me, you will get your opportunity when the time comes. And when the time comes, he gave me that opportunity.
Fabulous.
Thank you so much.
Fabulous. I think it's been a great session. We could go on for hours and hours. I think so many hands went up. They want to know more about you. But we are in a city where my boss Rajiv Vaishnav used to be there, and he always ended anything with a couplet. And that reminds me of one very good couplet which actually signifies what you did. And it says, "Nazre hamari gadi thi manzil par is qadar." Manzil in your parlance is the goal to play for Mumbai, the bigger goal to play for Mumbai. All the hardships, all the sufferings, all the sacrifices, everything for 33 years. So नजरे हमारी गड़ी थी मंजिल पर इस कदर कि रास्ते में मील का पत्थर तो कभी दिखा ही नहीं. So I think your life is exactly what this couplet says. And it's a wonderful inspiration, great story, and we wish you all the best, whatever you do in the future.
Thank you.
Pravin Tambe, ladies and gentlemen.
Please take your seats. Thank you. Yeah, so quite a motivational talk there, huh? Stage from fireside to table side to stage side, right? So, okay. So I think Kon Pravin Tambe has already been answered. And Kon Paresh Degavkar has also been answered now, right? The skill of an artisan to bring out the best in his subject is to be appreciated. So let's have a round of applause for Paresh. All right, so we have a small token of appreciation because I can keep talking. Trust me, I can keep talking more than he can talk. But then we have a finite time limit because the alcohol waits out there. And as you go back, कौन मैं भी answer करना मुश्किल होना मांगता. So let's make that the goal of evening. And before I close the session, we have a small token of appreciation for Pravin from Kamaljeet Kaur, who's the Director of Business Administration and HR from Addteq. So ma'am, can you please step on the stage? Thank you so much.
Oh, that should be the other way around. It's not fair.
Okay, so just take a seat. I'll just finish the end comments here, all right? So it's been a lovely day, I guess, for all of you. The best part is all of you are really energized, so I hope the bartender is up to it because the motivation levels are certainly picking up. But the thing is, nobody gets to have a drink before I say a word of thanks to the sponsors who made this event possible. So let's hear it. Keep rolling now, okay? Let's hear it for our gold sponsors, Tulip Digital, Prohance, Compicom, ProductDossier. I'll go real fast. Okay? For our lanyard sponsors, Tito Every. For the silver sponsors, Datamatica, iCertis, and Dentsu. And for the delegate back services, Addteq plus Atlassian. Right. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you to the audiences. Thank you to the Nasscom team. Thank you to all our little elves here who've been running around making this show happen. Thank you to the tech team. And thank you to me. All right. Have a wonderful day, guys. Have fun. The bar's open. Let's hit it. Let's get the evening rolling. Bye-bye.